The board, the Dow gained 598, the S&P 500 100, and the Nasdaq was up 405. All finished at their highest level since March 7th. The Dow now back in positive territory for the year. Tesla up just under 12% for its best day since the day after the election in November. At a White House event, Hyundai announcing a $20 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing. President Trump.
Hyundai will be producing steel in America and making its cars in America, and as a result, they'll not have to pay any tariffs. You know, there are no tariffs if you make your product in America.
That $5 billion steel plant will be in Louisiana. The steel will be used to build vehicles in Georgia and Alabama. The president also wants to impose a 25% tariff on any country buying gas and oil from Venezuela. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's happened in Colorado, South Carolina, Nevada, and several other states. Tesla automobiles have been vandalized and set on fire, and facilities that sell and service the cars also damaged. Tesla founder Elon Musk, who also leads the Department of Government Efficiency, is calling these incidents cases of domestic terrorism, and President Donald Trump is among those who echo that accusation.
Because they're really terrorists when you think about it. They're terrorists at a high level. And I think the people that are financing them, they could very well be people I know, people that you write about. But those people are in big trouble.
The president has a huge platform, and when he speaks about domestic terrorism, people listen. And so does government. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, under the Department of Justice's umbrella, has launched its own task force specifically charged to find and bring to justice those who attack Tesla dealerships, with the Bureau's own definition of domestic terrorism as a guide. But to understand the scope of this story, we have to first understand what domestic terrorism is, in the eyes of the law.
Well, first, I think we need to start with the idea that the Department of Justice and the FBI absolutely have the right and really even the necessity to investigate any types of widespread criminal activity, especially where there's a political ramification, where there's real danger to the public.
Andrew Cherkasky is a former U.S. federal prosecutor.
And so what I think is going to happen as they investigate deeper this Tesla situation is that you're going to find that there's a group of people who are organizing and encouraging these kind of mass actions that are taking place. I think you're also going to find people who are doing it on an individual basis. There's been videos of people like in a parking lot keying a car just out of their own spite and malevolence in how they're acting. The people who are engaged in it more on this national scale, who are doing it for the purposes of instilling fear and terror in folks in that broad scale, that domestic terrorism idea is something that really comes down to a sentence enhancer ultimately. Terrorism in the U.S. Code, federal criminal law, generally deals with foreign type of terrorism, kind of the classic types of terrorism. So the charges folks would face federally will be much more on the lines of arson that involves some type of interstate commerce or some sort of illegal gun possession or usage that we've seen in some of these cases alleged so far. And then you tack on the domestic terrorism piece, which part of that includes this idea of instilling fear in a community in a wider range of people. That then will elevate these offenses to 20 plus years of potential jail time.
We are hearing the President of the United States talk about it. We are hearing the Attorney General of the United States talk about domestic terrorism. Elon Musk, of course you're hearing, but it's his product that's being targeted in many of these cases. So, I mean, here's what the FBI, you mentioned the FBI, here's what the FBI defines as domestic terrorism, is ideologically driven criminal acts committed by individuals in the United States to intimidate or coerce a civilian population or influence government policy. So my question is politics a key point, is politics a necessary component to bring domestic terrorism to light?
Well, the key phrase is ideology, and ideology, I think, often is synonymous with politics, or at least one of the underlying kind of motivations for somebody's political views. And so when we see these attacks on Tesla dealerships and Tesla specifically, where they can draw that connection that it's being done for the purpose of promoting this political or ideological purpose, it falls into that camp. And the emphasis that I put on earlier, that really it's for these groups that are doing it in this more widespread, scaled approach, or the people who they're using as their patsies to engage in this conduct. Those are the ones who are going to face the brunt of the federal law enforcement potential prosecutions. But those individuals I talked about, the ones who maybe are keying cars or just acting out individually, what I see happening is the FBI will track down all of the information and evidence related to that, and then work in conjunction with locals. Even if they're not labeling it as domestic terrorism, it's still criminal activity that carries very significant consequences to it.
You are a former federal prosecutor, so I will ask you this question. Are there challenges when it comes to prosecuting cases like this? We always hear that term, burden of proof. What are the pitfalls? What are the things that may make this, or prosecuting this kind of case, difficult for a lawyer trying to gain a conviction here?
A great question. There's two types of cases in criminal law, as I usually see it. It's when you have the evidence that something happened that's wrong, like these burned cars. It's usually a whodunit or a what happened type of case. I think that it's very clear what happened here. They've got to actually get the evidence to make sure that they establish that this wasn't some sort of malfunction in the vehicle, but that's not going to be a real issue here. So it's the whodunit aspect of it. And their investigation is going to look to find those people. Now, a lot of these people are masked, or they're doing it under the cover of darkness. They're doing it on apps that can't be tracked, like Signal and Telegram. A lot of more organized crime happens that way. The FBI is undoubtedly very sophisticated in their investigation abilities and techniques. And so what they'll be doing is putting all those pieces of the puzzle together to figure out the exact identity of the people behind it. But I would say that is going to be their hardest challenge, is figuring out the specific actors that are involved.
And when you are in that process of doing that, when you are trying to figure out exactly which way to go with these charges, with these accusations, I mean, we talk about domestic terrorism. There are also hate crimes. Is there a fine line there between those?
I'm less interested in how we formally label it. I think that it's fine to be talking about it in this context, calling it domestic terrorism or hate crimes to some degree. But those labels are secondary to getting at the underlying criminality of what they're engaged in. And so whether it's arson, whether it's other types of destruction of property, interference with businesses, even trespass in some cases, there's plenty of criminal codes that can apply that, again, have serious consequences. The idea of making sure that the public is well aware that this isn't going to be handled like a simple trespass or a simple crime that happens across America on a daily basis, unfortunately, but that this is an elevated and escalated offense, that hopefully will have a very strong deterrence effect in how people decide to whether or not they're going to engage in similar activity. I think is very important to communicate to those that want to protest or to boycott certain services or companies, and that's their First Amendment right to do, but the First Amendment is not unlimited. And so it's one thing to do so legally and peacefully. It's quite another to engage in violent behavior that has the risk for very serious injury or death.
You talked about free speech and how it could play into this. When someone says something like that, how blurry is the line between free speech and what could be construed as inciting domestic terrorism?
Well, let's start with the importance of the First Amendment. And I think the love and protection that people from both sides of the aisle should have for the concept of being able to speak freely, to assemble, to protest, those are core functions of the Constitution. I fight for it every day for my clients individually, and was a protectionist of it when I was a federal prosecutor. So we have to recognize the importance of it, but it's not without boundaries. And so when we get back to ideas of domestic terrorism, which is, again, essentially this idea that they are trying to intimidate or coerce a population or influence policy through violence or targeting specific civilians, they run a very serious risk of, again, not only being prosecuted for the underlying crime, which can have serious consequences, but for these escalators in a sentencing respect as well.
Regardless of left or right or where you stand, do you fear that we'll see an escalation in these kinds of offenses, these kinds of over-the-top protests that damage property and threaten perhaps a particular person or individual? Do we see more instances of that as we go along?
I think a keen focus on law and order sends a very strong message. I think we're seeing it right now in immigration in our country. And so when we take that example and we apply it to what we're seeing both on campuses and on Tesla dealerships and the like, I think that the people who are inclined to commit these acts of violence and these acts of crime are deterred, at least to some degree. There are some rational actors in a group like that who would say, well, they're not punishing this, they're not prosecuting this, so I feel more comfortable, I feel more inclined to do what is already underlying in my mind. There are those, though, that will nevertheless commit crimes. And the only thing that we can do is use the strong arm of the law to make sure that a very strong message is sent. I think that we have to kind of take account of the fact that both sides prosecute what they see as serious violations, even though up to about the 90% point, it was perfectly legal. It's where it crosses that line. And then what we have to do to make sure that people know that the First Amendment, as important as it is not unlimited and a get out of jail free card.
It grows more and more concerning each time we see it, and we will see it more and more as we continue to follow how the administration deals with these allegations and its pursuit of those who they say are committing domestic terrorism. Andrew Cherkasky is a former federal prosecutor. Andrew, thank you so much for taking some time with us on the Fox News Rundown.
My pleasure. Always good to be with you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth pushing back on a report from the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, who says he was inadvertently included on a group chat with Hegseth and national security team members discussing planned strikes in Yemen against Houthi rebels.
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Justice Department will prevail as an appeals court considers a ruling from a lower one blocking deportation flights of Venezuelans to El Salvador using an 18th century law. Bondi blasting the lower court judge on Fox's Hannity.
We had every right. President Trump had every right to ship these terrorists out of our country, which he did.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Texas Longhorns have turned to a big name to lead their men's college basketball program. After leading Xavier to the NCAA tournament in 2 of the last 3 seasons, Sean Miller was named the 27th head coach of the Longhorns on Monday. During his 20 years as a head coach, which includes 12 seasons at Arizona, Miller has gone to the Sweet 16 8 times, while making 4 Elite 8 appearances. Miller's Musketeers defeated Texas last week in the first 4 round of the tournament before losing to Illinois on Friday. Miller replaces Rodney Terry in Austin after he was informed Sunday that he would not return to lead the program after 3 seasons. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Russia versus Ukraine, Hutton, best of 7 series. Hey, I'd rather them settle it on the ice than settle it on the battlefield. Yeah. Russia versus Ukraine, 7-game series. Winner of that decides the 5th entry into the 4 nations face-off. Sweden and Finland, I don't know what their geopolitical situation is right now with Putin and Russia, but they're going to be involved. Canada and the U.S., we know we're at odds, hate each other. I think this has the making. Here's what you do. It came to me, Hutton. 7-game series, Russia versus Ukraine. They advance. 7-game series in Scandinavia. Sweden versus Finland. Winner advances. 7-game series, home and home, Montreal and Toronto to Chicago and Boston. Pick your hockey towns, wherever you want to play it. U.S. versus Canada. And then you have some sort of, I don't know, 3-way death match between the winners of those 3 series.
If this is the Mighty Ducks, I'm going to be pissed off.
Yeah. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off 1 item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more. Refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our cleaning promotion. Out with the old and in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in store or online at shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're always loving our McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Fans 15 and over can snag one at CBP on Wednesday, April 2nd when the Phils host the Rockies at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. San Francisco visits Philadelphia when the Phils face the Giants at Citizens Bank Park for a 4-game set starting Monday, April 14th through Thursday, April 17th. Join the fun and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, March 25th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, fired up, ready to go. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
As the weather continues to get better. Gregory, how are you, sir?
I'm about to bomb Yemen. Who dis?
Whoops. Wrong number. How'd you get into this chat? Who is this? Hello. We have...
Nothing worse than bombing your enemy and using emojis.
Close. Although, I don't know. If you're a school district employee and you work in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and you've been exposed by the feds as well as the state police and the local police as... basically a school district UC Smollett or Bubba Wallace. I don't know. I'm going to have to throw up a poll question for the Ding Dong of the Week. We should do one of those. Who's like the biggest dope of the week? That used to be a thing in radio. Silly poll questions. But we have a lot of good things to get to on the show today. A big take yesterday of the bad, in my opinion, for the Trump administration, as well as the America First agenda, which is the positive. And then Pam Bondi resurfaced, and I'm going to throw her in the to be determined category. So we have the good, we have the bad, and we have the still to be decided. Also, a race hoax in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Took all of about 2 months to sniff out another fraud. We'll get to that today. Brett Favre and a congressman together for Maha about making our kids healthy again. With the physical fitness exam in schools.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who would be against that as a parent, but maybe there's a crab apple out there. We'll find you. Also, if you don't call it domestic terrorism after yesterday, I don't know what you define as domestic terrorism, but we'll talk about it with what Elon Musk and Tesla had to deal with in Texas yesterday. All of that still ahead, plus the cut sheet. And also...
By the way, guys, another good month.
Shout out to the best audience in radio. Kayal and Company, thank you. Thank you to all of our listeners.
Amen.
For giving Morning Drive the best February numbers since February of 2008. And if you go down memory lane, that was when I had a full head of hair. A long time ago.
By the way, that was also the year I was in Morning Drive, so congratulations to me.
Oh. Was that when you were working with the CNN dude?
CNN dude, yes.
CNN
yeah.
Dude. I don't know what the rules are in radio anymore. Can you mention people's names? I don't know if you're allowed.
I just try and beat myself now in Morning Drive.
Just try to beat myself. That's gonna. I need that on the board. I just try to beat myself. You can take that in any context you'd like. All right, let's get down to business. A lot of news out there.
Yes.
And for that, at 6:03, we go to the great Dawn Stenzelin with round number 1 of the news.
Yes, 6:03:46 on this March the 25th, Tuesday morning, sponsored for you by Kitchen Magic. Let's get to it. There is so much news developing, so I'll start local here, obviously, as I always do. Philadelphia police announcing the arrest of a woman. She's charged in the murder of her own husband. The victim here, identified as 38-year-old Jordan Baxter, worked as a SEPTA engineer 14 years. SEPTA releasing a statement saying how saddened SEPTA employees are that this is a tragic loss of Jordan Baxter, a veteran regional rail engineer, and their thoughts are with his loved ones at this difficult time. So neighbors of the couple, as well as their 3 children, say they're shocked. Danielle Baxter, she's 39 years old, accused of killing her 38-year-old husband, as I said, Jordan, in the 800 block of Bells Mill Road. This is in the Andorra section of the city. So right around, they lived right close to, I'll say, if you know the intersection of Ridge Ave and West Bells Mill Road, that's the vicinity where the couple lived with their 3 children. By all accounts from neighbors, they say a very nice family, nice couple with 3 kids. Nobody knows the motive or what happened here, but police were called to the scene after the discovery of Mr. Baxter's body on a sheet, a plastic sheet between 2 parked cars outside nearby the home. And so he was found with a gunshot wound to the back of his head, a gun found resting on his chest. However, the word from authorities, blood found inside the home and as well on a mattress. So the bloody mattress, apparently taken into police custody as they were taking in the evidence. No word on this possible motive. Bizarre story.
I'm going to say husband did something stupid. Wife enjoyed watching investigative discovery, knows how to kill her significant other, and then put him out on a piece of paper like he was a pile of mulch.
Be nice.
Yeah,
man,
I was
nice.
just going to say that my wife watches, and I watch them with her. She watches all those murder mystery things, those murder documentaries, and she's just like, just remember, I know how to bury the body.
Oh, yeah. My wife knows how to dispose of and disintegrate the body.
Absolutely.
She'll stuff me in a barrel of acid, and I'll be dust.
Yeah.
So, be like, where's Nick? We start at 6 a.m.
He's in the bottom of a barrel.
God, it's horrible. We have some new details on that deadly crash that claimed the lives of 2 brothers. We talked a lot about this yesterday. Police say that they are investigating exactly what led to this deadly crash. Initially, witnesses said this began as some kind of a race between 2 vehicles on I-95, Philadelphia, Friday night, when one of those cars lost control, veered off an elevated portion of the highway, and then crashed 30 feet down onto the street below. The crash scene, this vehicle was demolished, really disintegrated, if you will. So police say the 2 brothers killed. They're now identifying them. These are the older brothers. They were riding in the back seat with unbuckled seatbelts, identified now as 23-year-old Aaron Davis and his of Cranberry, New Jersey, and his 22-year-old brother, Joshua Davis of East Windsor, New Jersey. So they were the brothers in the back seat of that 2006 Mazda traveling on I-95 North. They were approaching Castor Ave in Philadelphia. If you know this area on I-95, you probably know it well if that's your road. But their younger brothers, who are 18-year-old twins, Benjamin and Nathaniel Davis, they were in the front. We don't have confirmation who was driving of the twin 18-year-olds. Now, witnesses had told police the Mazda was racing on the highway with a Dodge Challenger. Police said the driver of the Mazda then loses the control of the vehicle, strikes the guardrail, and then tragically loses control, crashes 30 feet below. The problem is the 2 people in the backseat, the 2 brothers in the backseat, as well as a puppy that they had in the vehicle, were ejected from the vehicle, killed.
Yeah.
Just a horrible story. Now, the family, their pastor was speaking out because they go to a huge, well-known church in South Jersey. It's a Baptist church, Cathedral International Church in New Jersey, and their pastor, Bishop Donald Hilliard Jr., speaking out yesterday, saying that the victims killed hardworking young men, very involved in their church community. And so, Pastor Bishop there, Bishop Hilliard, speaking on the parents' behalf. So they have 5 sons, the Davis brothers.
It's awful.
Oh my God.
I can't think of a worse scenario for any parent. Like, my Lord.
Mistake number 1, just because you're in the back seat, you still should be wearing seatbelts.
Yep.
And then mistake number 2, a 2006 Mazda trying to beat in a race a Dodge Challenger. You probably should have realized you weren't going to win that race from Jump Street. But
so I don't have confirmation from police. The police in their report say this is what the witnesses told us, but I don't have the confirmation that it was a race. I'm just reporting that carefully.
Okay. Agreed. But all you have to do is drive down 95 at any time, actually, and there's constantly somebody that's drag racing or in and out of cars going 110 miles an hour.
I see it happening on the Schuylkill on my way in sometimes.
I'm
at 5 a.m.
I'm actually kind of in awe of people that can do that because I don't have the stones to do that. You know what I mean?
I get a little antsy just passing a slow Subaru.
Yeah.
Slow Subaru.
It's true.
With a Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, with 7 different tags on the back.
Yeah.
My kid's an honor roll student. My pet's this. My Chihuahua's cute. You're going 35 in a 55. Can you step on it?
Yeah.
We have this guy who posed as a nurse. This is sick. He posed as a nurse in 2 Montgomery County urgent care centers.
I heard the story yesterday. I was just
gross.
like, oh, my Lord.
Yeah. So this guy sexually assaulted more than a dozen women, sentenced yesterday to 5 to 10 years in state prison. He's also facing many lawsuits from the victims, aiming obviously to hold him accountable, but as well, they want to hold the urgent care centers accountable as well. He's ID'd as 34-year-old Ramon Garcia. He was charged back in May, pleaded guilty in December, sexually assaulted and spied on a dozen patients of Carbon Health Urgent Cares. This is Jenkintown and Drescher, posed as a nurse. So some saying, wow, this guy was sexually assaulting these victims, more than a dozen women, and so he could be out with gain time in 5 years?
That's outrageous. That seems very lenient.
So
every time I go into one of those urgent cares, I'm always like, oh, female nurse, good.
It's just a horrible local story.
Yeah.
We do have a lot coming up for you, so I'll tease these. Coming up, details of how detectives pulled back what you might call the nylon curtain in Allentown to reveal the reality behind a horrible claim of racism. Allentown police using modern technology to crack a case that has made national headlines. We're going to get to that one. A lot of new details on that one, on that story. And as well, speaking of Allentown and closing all the facilities down, out loud in Bethlehem, for example, a proud POTUS announcement as Trump's tariff tactics appear vindicated with a huge, huge Hyundai investment announcement. All of that going on.
Too bad that's what nobody's talking about today.
I know.
because the administration sideshow bobbed themselves into a rake.
Yeah.
And the Rolls-Royce story. That's also out there. With
Nobody's talking about the $21 billion investment incoming to the U.S. They're talking about
Hyundai.
They're looking.
Hyundai.
What did I say?
No, that's. I'm just
Hyundai.
reiterating.
Hyundai.
Yep.
So we also have locally, if you like to go to those little sales, little auction sales, maybe on the weekends. Well, there's a local Montgomery County woman. She paid $12 for this framed little drawing. Looks like a pencil drawing, maybe worth more than $1 million.
No.
Apparently, her purchase at a Monco sale may be an original Renoir.
Wow.
Renoir. Wow.
Renoir.
Wow. I have 2 of them.
You do? Well,
they're in the trunk of his car. Are any of you yard sale people? Like, do you like to go around to those types of things?
No.
In your little
Yard
neighborhood?
sales?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want people's crap.
Yeah, I've been urging my wife to get rid. I think my wife probably qualifies as a hoarder, so I've been urging her to get rid of all of this junk. She's like, well, what if we find out, like Dawn just said, sell it for $12, it's worth $1 million. Yeah. I'll take $1 for every item you have, Kristen. Get rid of it all.
Yeah,
that's my husband. Same thing.
Okay.
That's why I said emphatic no, because I don't mind going. I love him, but then he just fills up whatever it is.
So he's a space filler. Everything needs to have a thing.
Gotta have it.
Okay.
Pillows from the yard sale.
God, no!
Oh, not a
Here,
pillow.
Here, honey, I got these embroidered decorative pillows. Yeah, those are going in the trash when you go out.
Oh my Lord!
Could be lice in there.
Even the ones you get at like a department store that have been on the shelf, you want to like Lysol them down a little bit.
Put them in the dryer.
Because people like they say, let me put my head on here and see how comfy it is. Ugh.
Okay, so now we gotta talk about our sponsor, and then we're gonna get to the story I hate, Pete Hegseth, and why everybody's ripping on Pete. Ripping on Pete.
All right, so we know what side Dawn has.
No, you don't know.
It was the mainstream media that did this. It was the mainstream media.
It's like Toy Story, Stinky Pete. Wasn't that his name, Stinky Pete? we have a fabulous forecast. So you can love the forecast, and we're counting down to, well, it's not the home opener, but what is it? 2 hours, 2 days, and 8 hours to Phillies opener in D.C. So we're counting down to baseball at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do they always seem to open with the Washington Nationals? I don't know. I feel like every year they open up with either the Florida or Washington.
Yeah.
I'm never excited for those teams.
So we got that going on, which is nice. And as we look at our forecast, seriously, 61 degrees, sunshine today, and a sunny stretch. Although I'm looking at now, it has developed that there may be some rain incoming Sunday. I was going to say yesterday it was a 7-day sunny stretch. So today, 61. Tomorrow, a little cooler. Mid-50s for your Wednesday, Thursday, midweek, but still sunny. Friday, 62. Saturday, the better weekend day, 67 with bright sunny skies. And then Sunday, it's warm, but we'll see some rain developing. It's far out there. It's Sunday, so we'll watch that one very carefully. Sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultations to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Yeah, 40% off the cost of installation. Just visit them. KitchenMagic.com today. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, a Tuesday big take. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. It was so nice to have them a part of Radiothon last Friday, and now's a great time to visit because their spring sale is underway. If you're looking to refresh your home with quality furniture that lasts, you need to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive 58,000 square foot showroom in Hatfield, PA, packed with stunning antique, vintage, and high-end furniture. Everything from Stickley and Henkel Harris to Ethan Allen and more. And right now, you can save big during their spring sale. From March 22nd through the end of the month. So you have about 5 more days. You can get 15% off store-wide. Plus, when you buy 3 or more items, you'll get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. Whether you're after the classic, the modern, rustic styles, they've got everything for everybody out there. And the best part, no waiting months for delivery. You can take it home the same day, or they'll ship it nationwide with their white glove delivery service. Visit shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com, or stop by their showroom in Hatfield. But hurry, the sale won't last forever.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Happy Tuesday to all of you as we get it going here on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Also on the Odyssey app and live on YouTube. Allentown race hoax exposed, Tesla terrorism in Texas, and making kids healthy again. All still on the way. But right now, let's get down to business. Time for a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Get them out and get her done. Monday was a day for me that the Trump administration had some positives, some negatives, and some TBDs. But let me start with the negative. If I was Donald J. Trump, I personally would be fuming. News coming down with headlines like this one. Quote, Trump National Security Advisor accidentally added the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg to a group chat about secret war plans. That would be Mike Waltz, NSA, previously from Florida. The report says that Waltz accidentally added editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic to a group chat with the heads of the top American national security agencies. They were discussing plans to strike the Houthis in Yemen. Goldberg reports the following. Quote, on Tuesday, March 11th, I received a connection request on Signal from a user identified as Michael Waltz. Signal is an open-source encrypted messaging service popular with journalists and others who seek more privacy than other text messaging services are capable of delivering. Over the following days, the members of the group chat debated whether to take action against the Houthis, with Vice President J.D. Vance counseling against such a decision, and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth arguing in favor of it. Let me be crystal clear in my position. If I was Donald Trump, I would fire Mike Waltz from Florida. I'm not saying he will. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I believe he should be fired. This isn't like accidentally texting your mother-in-law when you meant to text a wife. This isn't like getting the wrong group text mixed up between your work colleagues in your fantasy football league. If you're a left-wing media member, which Goldberg is for The Atlantic, this is a wet dream come true. And the worst part of this egregious error, Mike Waltz ripped his predecessor for doing almost the same thing 2 years ago in the Biden administration. If you recall, Jake Sullivan was in the role during the Biden presidency, and that happened in June of 2023. And I'm ticked off because this puts American lives at risk, or could have, and it also makes my president, Donald Trump, look bad. But more importantly, this puts American soldiers and military personnel in harm's way and risks the lives of the brave heroes we just got done honoring on Friday's TMF Radiothon. We literally spoke with Sean Parnell on Friday's show about the erroneous New York Times report with Elon Musk being briefed on a possible war with China. I featured that clip in Monday's Big Take. Less than a day later, now I look foolish, thanks to old Mikey boy. Here was 47's response to the report when asked by the media yesterday. Listen and watch this.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis?
Right.
Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
I thought Donald Trump handled that about as well as he could. According to Axios, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress were livid with the mistake, saying, quote, heads need to roll. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth asked about this yesterday after Trump had already spoke. Listen and watch this.
Looking forward to it. One question.
Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details?
Is Goldberg a turd? Absolutely. Is he correct with the report that he shared this time? Absolutely. Pete comes off awfully defensive, agitated, and embarrassed. And he should be. And it's not his fault. It's Mike Waltz's fault. We'll talk more about that coming up. But now on to the positives. I voted for Trump for many reasons, but in large part because I want American first policies. And nothing is bigger or better than companies and large corporations making investments in America. I'm sick of our country on the wrong end of a business deal, but times are changing. Hyundai, a company that the Piazza Auto Group proudly deals with, is committing $20 billion towards investments in the United States as they are the latest company to jump aboard the Trump train. Here was CNBC with the report. Listen and watch.
South Korean auto giant Hyundai will announce a $20 billion investment in the United States when its chairman visits the White House today. Sources say that pledge includes $5 billion set for a steel plant in Louisiana with plans to hire 1,500 employees and produce next-generation steel for Hyundai and Kia cars. That move comes after similar investment commitments from SoftBank and chipmaker Taiwan Semiconductor earlier this year.
Now, if you could, Phil, please throw up this graphic on YouTube, and I absolutely love seeing this. You're going to see the following corporations that have committed to America since Trump returned to office. The companies include Apple to the tune of $500 billion, Johnson & Johnson $55 billion, Oracle and OpenAI $100 billion, as well as nations and territories, including the United Arab Emirates, $1.4 trillion. That's with a T. Saudi Arabia, $600 billion. In total, the companies and countries add up to $2.92 trillion. American manufacturing, American jobs, American investments, America first. This is what we all voted for. This is one piece to the puzzle of fixing the economy, inflation, and reducing the national deficit. Another piece is exposing and putting an end to the waste, fraud, and abuse. Here was Secretary Rollins from the Agricultural Department yesterday, unearthing more revelations. And hold on to your steering wheel when you see or hear this clip. Listen and watch.
Let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice and food equality. I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men, a $600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of a university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest management industry. Again, these are nonsensical. It makes zero sense to use taxpayer dollars to fund these. I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco? Did you know that was a thing? Studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men? And DEI to kill roaches? I didn't even know these were things. But that isn't even the most insane thing of the day. Here was the Doge dude himself, Elon Musk, exposing more. Listen and watch.
The Small Business Administration, where they were handing out loans, $330 million worth of loans to people under the age of 11. I think the youngest, Kelly, was a 9-month-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
Well, we're tackling the fraud, waste, and abuse in the agency. We've seen, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud go unprosecuted, so we're taking that on. We have a zero tolerance policy for fraud, and we continue to crack down on it and make sure people are held accountable.
It's amazing. And you have a lot of that. You found far too much of it. It's a pure fraud. We like to use the words waste and abuse because they sort of sound good, but many of these things are pure fraud.
They do sound good, don't they? A 9-month-old getting a loan for $100,000? I can't get one for $10,000. Probably a me problem, though. So will people be held accountable? Attorney General Pam Bondi had this to say. Listen and watch.
Is doing such a fantastic job. I thought maybe you could say a few words.
Thank you, President. As far as we are hearing a lot about fraud, waste, and abuse, a lot of waste and abuse, but there is a tremendous amount of fraud. And Elon, thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your team. You have uncovered so much fraud in our government, and we will prosecute you. We have an internal task force now working with every agency sitting here at this table. And if you've committed fraud, we're coming after you. Thank you, Elon, for that. On the violent crime level, thanks to President Trump's directive, we are seeking the death penalty again. So all of these horrible, violent criminals that you're hearing about around the country, they will face the death penalty federally within our country. And the drug dealers need to get out of here because we are coming after you. We're going to have 94 great U.S. attorneys around this country, and everyone will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Pam talks a good game, doesn't she? But still waiting on those Epstein files. I'm just saying. And a great point made by our boy Sean Ferris yesterday when he said yesterday on X, quote, "So you're telling me we were able to track down every J6er with fuzzy and blurry photos from surveillance, but to date only three Tesla terrorists, have been nabbed?" It's a valid point from Sean. I've been very pleased with this administration to date. Not perfect, but very good. However, I'll reiterate my position on Mike Waltz. Unacceptable, awful look, accountability demanded. Hopefully action is taken. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. And do that today. 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts. You want to take a hack at Waltz and the Hegseth situation, the America First investments, which was the good news, the Doge discoveries, which I loved. Pam Bondi, floor is yours.
Well, first of all, $21 billion in investments. That's the great news. That's amazing that this was Trump's goal in the first place. So in other words, Hyundai, to avoid all of these tariffs, what are they going to do? They're going to bring their plants here. They're going to build. And so that's a good thing. That's a huge investment. And that's what Trump is trying to do, bring the jobs back. As far as the situation with Hegseth, and I do think it's Pete Hegseth because he's the big fish. He was on this encrypted app that a lot of journalists especially use. So it's not that it's an unencrypted situation. The question is, it's encrypted, but the question here, number one, is, was it a classified chat? And so that's why I think this is all about Pete Hegseth. That's why I think he's irked by this, because nobody cares about the smaller fish. They're going after Pete.
Yeah, which I think is unfair, to be honest.
No. If you are the big name, no, he's the big name on there. And you should know, you should be the adult in the room who says, this is, I'm the defense secretary. So we're having a group chat, if you will. Maybe technically it's not like on your texting app, whatever. But if you are on an app or pathway of communication that is not classified properly, then you as the Secretary of Defense, you have to answer for that. And that's what he has to answer for.
Okay.
Then this is under investigation because, of course, the question is, well, did this Atlantic journalist, he calls himself a journalist, he did wait until after the successful attack, as Trump said, but did he somehow hack his way into this? They have to investigate every angle. How did he get onto this? Now, it would appear that he was accidentally added, but they will investigate.
And that's why I think Waltz needs to be held accountable. Yeah. You're going higher up on the pecking order of Hegseth. I don't think. See, here's the way I envision.
Look at the headlines this morning, Nick.
I don't care about the headlines. I'm thinking.
The headlines matter. Nobody's going after Waltz. They're going after Hegseth, right?
And I don't think they should be doing that. I'm thinking of this as, okay, you've got Waltz, you've got Hegseth, and a couple of other people on, and you can see the screenshots from Signal Chat. The Atlantic included the screenshots. I'm just going to assume that everybody is not in the same room together when this is happening. Because if they're all together, there's no need to use a device and an app.
No.
So they're in separate rooms. So Waltz, now I don't know
separate countries.
Or separate countries. Correct. So I don't know who Waltz was trying to send or include this to add into the chat, so to speak. That's to me where I'm sitting there. I'm saying, first of all, how does Jeffrey Goldberg end up, I don't know how this Signal app works, if you type in a name and it populates and everybody under the sun with an account shows up. Was there a Jeffrey Goldblum that he meant to send it to and not Jeffrey Goldberg? But you can't make that mistake. Now, luckily, no lives were lost. But I'm seeing a lot of people sitting here defending this, or at least asking the question of whether or not Goldberg, like you mentioned, hacked into this.
They have. So what's going to happen is, okay, the Trump administration, first of all, somebody within the Trump administration officials, they acknowledged that somebody sent over the non-government, but it is encrypted. It's a chat app. They've confirmed that. They've confirmed that they are investigating, and they have to look at every angle. Will they announce that they're firing anybody over this? Absolutely not.
Of course not.
And so we'll find out the fallout. The truth is, it just looks sloppy. I guarantee you it won't happen again. It cannot happen again.
The worst part
by the way, Leon Panetta, that's rich. Mr. Fancy Bear. I mean, if we want to go down this route and look at whose security breaches were the worst, and that's what everybody's bringing up, Hillary and Benghazi and her bleached server and all that. But the problem is, when you are in the job, then you have to be accountable for you.
But if you're Waltz,
don't let it happen again.
If you're Mike Waltz, though, you can't be dunking on Jake Sullivan less than 2 years ago and then make the same basic mistake, right? Like, that would be the equivalent of me dunking on somebody that lost their job in media for doing something on social media, and then 2 years later, I commit the same act. You look really stupid in doing so.
It doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter who they dunked on in the past, whatever. I guess that's karma, but whatever happened, they need to investigate. And there are questions for this Atlantic so-called journalist. I mean, how that he sat there, he says he listened or he watched.
Well, let's hear from him since we're going to question his integrity.
No,
hear from
I
him.
never questioned his integrity, Greg. There are
Oh, no,
questions about.
but he does have a spotty past. I mentioned that in the big take. Jeffrey Goldberg is not the most well-reputable journalist out there. Yes.
So what I'll say as
it doesn't mean
a
he's
working
wrong with
journalist,
this.
I will say this, that in the past in my career, you have a choice. First of all, let me say he did the right thing, obviously, by not publicizing anything until it was well over.
Yes.
He also had a ton more.
Can I just finish I'm just going to say this really quick because I can't get a sentence out. I'll say this quick. As a journalist, you have a choice. You can hold that information. You can, in real time, he could have texted, called the office of whoever shared it with him and said, you realize you're sharing this with me. You as a journalist have a choice. I've done this in my career many times where officials made a mishap, whatever happened, and then you negotiate with them. You gain their trust, number one, and you negotiate for the next bigger story. Or you just hold on to it until you write your book. So I would just say from the journalist standpoint, he basically, why did he give that up so quickly for a quick conversation? I would have held on to it. That's just me personally. I don't know if he had discussions with his editors, if they felt they had to release it, but I would have handled it much differently than he did just from a strategy standpoint.
Well,
That's all I want to say.
So, Stockton, you have tape?
He's the editor-in-chief, so theoretically he's the boss for the Atlantic, right? So
Yeah, but do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
Is
I do.
the gatekeeping process, usually you would
yes.
respect you know what I mean? If I had something, I would go to you, I would say, this is what I've got. You would have a discussion.
And you're right about the fact that it shouldn't be Walls, it should be Hegseth, because, it all starts at the top. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. I disagree with both of you on that. Why are you guys throwing Pete under the bus for this? Pete didn't make the mistake. If I get into if I say something that's a fireable offense on this show, so should Greg Stocker be fired?
I will be.
Or should I be fired?
You will be, and I will be.
We all would be.
Well, then you should not be fired. If I let an F-bomb fly and it cost me my job or whatever, and not that I would get fired for that because we have the dump button and things like that, and those mistakes happen. But if I committed some egregious act, there's no way that you should be on the chopping block for it. If Phil Lomquist does something that's fireable, just because Phil's on my show doesn't mean Nick Kayal should get fired.
It is the way of the world. Let's do this. Let's do this because I have a ton of Goldberg was on all the shows last night, as I'm sure you both can imagine.
Okay.
We have the audio. Why don't we play that on the other side? But we should break first.
All right, let's do that. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in on this big story, you can do so as well. Maybe you have a different take, or one of us is on point, or one of us is completely delusional. Probably me. 855-839-1210. We continue. Kayal and Company, back after this.
So if you're right now thinking about springtime, looking out at the lawn and saying, oh, my lawn is just, it's brown, it's patchy, it looks terrible, please choose my lawn care service that I've used for years now, because when choosing a lawn care service, you got to hire that company that provides better results, but it's also safer for your family and for your pets. Those are a couple of the reasons my husband and I, years ago, we looked around, we got recommendations from family, from friends, and we chose Natural Lawn of America. We're so glad we did. That's our lawn care company for years now. At Natural Lawn, here's the thing. They believe in growing greener, healthier lawns, yeah, but without all the harsh chemicals. And they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. They do have all the organic fertilizers that are available to the safer weed and insect controls, and they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. So I've got my first write-up right here, and this is how customized it is. Handwriting, as they put my alternative lawn care program. They applied all the fertilizer with some pre-emergent, and what do I have this time? Lesser celandine they found. So they're those little yellow flowers, they come up. They look like a non-invasive natural plant, but that's not what this is. Highly invasive. You want to nip that in the bud. And that's what I'm talking about. Everything is customized to your lawn, but I didn't even know they were there. So they leave this on the door. So wonderful to deal with. I love Natural Lawn of America, and I've recommended them for years. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. You're going to get free seeding every year if you want that greener, healthier lawn, plus the free seeding. Natural Lawn, just call 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. They'll hook you up. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at KeswickTheater.com. That's KeswickTheater.com.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
That it would be untrue. You know that I would be a liar if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher.
649 Scale and Company. Live on this Tuesday morning, 1 hour away from a glorious edition of Greg Soccer's favorite edition, What's on the Cut Sheet Tuesday. So, Dawn and I disagree on one thing. Dawn and Greg agree with one thing while I disagree with both of them. Who's on what? What's on third?
Who's on first?
Yeah, the whole bit.
Who's on first?
And it's all because of the story yesterday with Pete Hegseth, Mike Waltz of Florida, Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic, and the Houthis, as well as this Signal text messaging service, which is kind of an encrypted device beyond your normal text
app.
But they're not supposed to.
Does not have security clearance.
Yeah, it does not have security clearance
Yeah.
to put classified information on. So, I mean, look, if you're going by the letter of the law, leaking classified information like this is a crime. So it needs to be looked at.
Okay.
And they are.
Goldberg, Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, was on with both Caitlin Collins and Jen Psaki last night. Let's start with Cut 27. Well, I mean, it's big news. I mean, he's at the center of this. So if I was a producer, I'd say, let's get him. Roll it.
Sitting in a Safeway parking lot, watching my phone, realizing, oh my God, this might be real. I think Pete Hegseth just sent this group actual targeting information, actual sequencing of an attack, and I'm holding on to the phone. I don't want anybody to... And then I thought to myself, well, I mean, I guess they're lucky they didn't send this to a Houthi by mistake, or to a foreign diplomat, or to somebody who would plausibly be in one of their phones. I guess that counts as a kind of luck. That's why they're not supposed to use open source privately owned messaging services. They're supposed to keep all those conversations on what they call the high side. That's the classified side, where only government officials who are cleared to talk about this stuff get to talk about it. That's why they have.
So you can actually see the screenshots from the conversation. The Atlantic has posted them. The White House confirmed the authenticity. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, also confirmed it, as well as the National Security Council confirming it to Fox News and the BBC. To me, I want to know, this is, a lot like the NASA space issue. When I asked the question of, were you able and willing to leave the space station and head back to Earth? I would like to know from Mike Waltz, okay, so you did send this to Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic. Obviously, that was a mistake. That was not intentional. The question is, who did you intend to send this to? And why are people on the outside able to access this? That concerns me. Doesn't it concern you?
There is a name. Well, this encrypted app is actually what a lot of reporters use. So,
Is that reported?
yeah, it's used for that purpose.
Yes.
So there was a name floating around I saw that has the same initials as Jeffrey Goldberg.
Okay.
I forget who it was. It's somebody in the administration.
So JG.
That's the name. Who knows if it's true or not, but that's the name that I've seen that's been floated around.
Maybe he was trying to send it to JG Wentworth. I don't know.
So if you're just joining us, Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic, so what he wrote was that everybody found out March 15th in the afternoon, but what he says is he knew about 2 hours earlier because they had, and you hear him, that he says they had accidentally, apparently, included him in their planning 2 hours before.
Okay. You have Sockster?
Yeah, let me play this. Phil, can you grab Hegseth again? Can you grab Hegseth because he's on another clip I have with Caitlin Collins. He's responding to what Pete Hegseth said. Let's roll Hegseth. Go.
Looking forward to it. One question.
Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is a guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details?
So the very beginning, he said nobody was texting war plans.
Okay.
Right? Goldberg responded to that. This is cut 28, Phil. If you have it there, go.
Saying that nobody was texting war plans, given you were privy to this group chat. Is that how you saw it?
No, that's a lie. He was texting war plans. He was texting attack plans. When targets were going to be targeted, how they were going to be targeted, who was at the targets, when the next sequence of attacks were happening. I didn't publish this, and I continue not to publish it because it felt like it was too confidential, too technical, and I worry, honestly, that sharing that kind of information in public could endanger American military personnel. But no, they were plans for the attack. They were texted before the attack.
There you go.
All right, there's Goldberg with Miss Snippy Shorts. So, to me, at the end of the day, I don't blame Hegseth. I blame Waltz. And if I'm Trump and I'm Hegseth, I'm pissed off.
Well, Waltz is the one who brought Goldberg into. Road Warrior brings up a good point. Why is Goldberg in anybody's phone?
Well, that's what I was, and see, and I don't know, and it's a great question, but I don't know if the Signal device, this communication app that they're using, if you have to have contacts like you do in your iPhone.
I would assume so, yeah.
Or if you can just randomly search any Tom, Dick, or Harry that's on it, like Facebook, on Facebook. Like I can search Greg Stocker. I don't have to be friends and connected with Greg on my following list. I can just search him out. So I don't know the intricacies of how that works.
If it's encrypted, it's like a phone. You know what I mean? So, you need to have contacts in there. It's just it's used just like a phone.
Okay.
So, why was, maybe in the past, in his past life, they've talked off the record on stuff.
Perhaps.
Because reporters do use that app.
Sure.
Yes.
For sources.
Now, and he's a Florida Republican, Mike Waltz, so why he's connecting and commenting and communicating with somebody that's never going to write anything in a positive spin like Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic is the question, right? Because we talked yesterday in regards to the Elon Musk New York Times China story where Sean Parnell was fired up over, hey, we told you in advance that this is not accurate. They still ended up publishing it. It makes you wonder wonder if you have leakers. And that was one of the issues with Trump the first time around. Not Trump's fault because it was his first time around. Trump didn't know the inner workings of the swamp, and there's a lot of weasels that will backstab you. Second time around, now I'm not saying Waltz did this intentionally, but these are the types of things that, Donald Trump does not need to be dealing with because, first of all, when you're a Republican, you're not getting the benefit of the doubt from the mainstream media. And yes, the mainstream media is dying, but you never want to throw them a gift and you never want to toss them a bone. And that's what Waltz did yesterday to Goldberg.
We really have to break, so we should have this conversation on the other side.
All right, Dawn's got some news when we come back, and then we'll get to the Allentown story. Where do you hear this story from the morning call? I'm going to call this the Bubba Wallace of the Allentown School District. And this needs to be put to rest once and for all. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is on the way.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare. And Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rain. The first thing I met was a fly with a buzz.
Kayal and Company, 7:03 as we begin hour number 2, which is brought to you by Wawa, and you can get the meal deal that you really want. Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for just $5. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let's get down to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, second edition, 7 a.m. edition this morning, March 25th, Tuesday, sponsored by First Bank this morning. So in the news, we have a lot to follow up for you as we look at what's going on here. Philadelphia police still investigating, and so we're waiting to hear more about these two brothers killed riding in the back seat with unbuckled seatbelts. I-95 happened last Friday. Hearing from their church, their parents not commenting, but these are the Davis brothers. Two of them, the oldest two brothers, ages 23 and 22, Aaron and Joshua Davis of South Jersey, they were riding along in that 2006 Mazda vehicle with their 18-year-old twin brothers in the front seat. Not sure which twin was actually driving. Differing reports as to what exactly happened here. Were they racing last Friday night? Were they racing with a Dodge Challenger, or did they just lose control and crash? That's one of the questions by police. And then what about if there was a race? Where is that Dodge Challenger? Did they drive off? Did they know there was a crash? So this happened last Friday evening, I-95 North approaching Castor Ave. That's when the vehicle carrying 4 of the 5 Davis brothers crashed. This was a real tragedy here. Loses control, strikes the guardrail, and then falls some 30 feet below, crashing on Castor Ave, below that I-95 overpass. If you see the chopper shots of this from Friday night, that car was demolished. It looked like pieces of Legos just all over. It was horrifying. The two brothers killed, they were ejected from the vehicle along with a puppy who was in the vehicle, and they were killed. The puppy's body also strewn and was later found by authorities. The 18-year-olds, one of them remains hospitalized, and they're Ben and Nathaniel. One of them was released from the hospital late last night, but is expected back needs multiple surgeries.
And you said the vehicle plummeted 30 feet?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's going to
Horrible
do
story.
it. Yeah, it is.
So their church home, their pastor, I said earlier, speaking out, this is Bishop Donald Hillard Jr. of Cathedral International Church. This is a huge historic Baptist church in South Jersey with a ton of members. So many people speaking out about this, about the Davis brothers. Everybody knew them. And the pastor speaking out saying, I christened all of the Davis brothers. I've known them all their lives, christened them, baptized them. They're gathering for prayers. They're grieving today. And, the police are investigating this one. Just such a sad story in our region. We've been talking about this man who posed as the nurse in the suburbs, Montgomery County urgent care facilities. He sexually assaulted more than a dozen women. So he was sentenced 5 to 10 years in state prison. Some calls this morning as to why it's only that with gain time. Would he be out in 5 years? That's one of the questions. 34-year-old Ramon Garcia is the name. And now there are lawsuits by those victims who say that they're suing him, but more importantly, they're going after these urgent care centers, saying that the urgent care centers did not protect these nurses in their place of work. We also have a story that's making national news from Pennsylvania, and this is really a reveal by Allentown police using modern technology, cracking a case that, yes, made headlines, saying that it was an allegation of racism in the workplace. And so police are now charging LaTarsha Brown, accusing LaTarsha of falsely claiming somebody put a noose on her desk at work. They believe now, based on the DNA evidence and a lot of detective work, they spent 90 days investigating this in a very serious way by the book, and they believe that she put that noose on her own desk. It started back in January.
We've got 2 clips if you want to play these now. Do you want to go to these now, Dawn? It's up to you. Okay. Let's play. This is K2, Phil. This is the initial report from CBS 3 KYW right here in Philadelphia. And this was back in January of 2025. So just about 2.5 months ago. Let's roll K2.
When black lives are under attack, what do?
A call for action and fight for change.
We will not be silenced.
Community members and leaders made their voices heard in front of Allentown City Hall Monday afternoon.
Just to think that people have to go to work in fear for their lives.
Since Friday, Allentown police continue to investigate an item resembling a noose found on a city employee's desk.
This egregious act is not just an affront to one individual, but it is an attack on the entire community.
Several spoke during a rally, calling for transparency, prevention, and an immediate federal investigation among a list of demands. This incident, community members note, is not the first racial discrimination issue City Hall has dealt with. Josie Lopez is a close friend of the victim.
They're always a community leader, always pushing for equality. They might be bruised right now, but they are not broken.
The victim is not being named due to safety concerns.
Our colleague was threatened. This was an act of terror. This was a hate crime.
Oh, it was an act of terror. Oh, it's a hate crime. Well, fast forward 2 months later, Dawn, let's hear the chief of police in Allentown. I believe this was yesterday. Clip K1, Phil. What did the police find out? Let's take a listen.
Charles Roca.
Good afternoon, everybody. Captain Milkovich, Criminal Investigations Division. On January 10, 2025, at approximately 7:11 a.m., Allentown City employee LaTarsha Brown arrived at her office on the 3rd floor of City Hall. At approximately 7:38 a.m., Ms. Brown notified the Allentown Police Department that she discovered what she believed to be a noose on her desk upon arriving at work. Officers assigned to the Community Outreach Unit, Crime Scene Identification Unit, and Criminal Investigations Unit responded, initiating a criminal investigation to identify the individual responsible for placing the noose on Ms. Brown's desk. During the investigation, video surveillance and building access control records were reviewed to identify city employees present on the 3rd floor of City Hall between the time Ms. Brown left for work on the afternoon of January 9, 2025, and her arrival on the morning of January 10th. Those employees were interviewed. Each was asked if they would provide a buccal swab for DNA testing if needed. Every employee agreed, except for Ms. Brown. Initially cooperative, Ms. Brown later requested that the investigation be discontinued. The noose was submitted to the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Lab for DNA testing on January 14, 2025. On January 24, 2025, a search warrant was approved by the Lehigh County District Attorney's Office for Ms. Brown's DNA, and a DNA sample was obtained that same day. On January 27, 2025, Ms. Brown's buccal swab was submitted to the Bethlehem Regional Crime Lab of the Pennsylvania State Police for comparison with DNA profiles recovered from the noose.
Yep.
On March 10, 2025, the Forensic DNA Division of the Pennsylvania State Police issued a written report indicating that Ms. Brown's DNA matched the DNA profile obtained from the swabs of both the outer surface and inner knotted portion of the noose after it was taken apart.
The hell you say? The only DNA on the noose, Dawn. Welcome to UC Smollett, Bubba Wallace world. LaTarsha Brown. Fake, faux, outrage, victimhood culture, looking for a payday. Nope.
We should start our own protests.
Yep. I'm the victim of racism.
The one thing I will say about, because so everybody knows her, because she's also on the school board,
Yes.
the Allentown School Board.
Your tax dollars.
So she's somebody who is an official, and so I'm not going to say that if we had a coworker and we heard like, oh, so and so who is in your office or whatever, and what? That's terrible. That's awful. They weren't even releasing the name publicly, so I'm not going to criticize as far as protesters. It's shocking. But to say that for somebody to go to this effort, and then I think what's telltale, first of all, is that they went through the physical evidence as far as the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
They reviewed all that. They did all the due diligence since January the 10th. Then you can tell they started to realize,
Yep.
none of the cameras. So now they go to the DNA swab. And now that she knows about the DNA, I think it was when the captain said, well, at first she was very cooperative, and then she actually called for the investigation to be ceased.
Yeah,
at
because
that
she was
point.
about to get snuffed out and dimed out for lying.
That's very telltale, and I'm sure for them. But these officers, I think, were so professional, and I think that's the real story here. I hope that something that the chief said that touched me was, he said, there's no racial animosity among us here in City Hall. We have good people. That to me is what's so sad here, is
Which
that
is why
there was
she
an
should be-
effort to make it so that they were divided in their building.
Yeah. She should be fired and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The Morning Call has the charges that she is facing. I believe it's
They're misdemeanor charges.
Yeah, a third degree and a second degree misdemeanor. I don't know if that comes with jail time or not, but you should be out of a job. Once again, I always say with racism, the demand from the media and the Democrats and the left does not match the supply that actually exists in this country.
True.
And I'm so sick of it.
If there's a noose involved in the story, we saw a noose was left them. It's fake. It's a fake story. It's just a fake story. First of all, nobody knows how to tie a noose these days. It's not 1854. And second of all, it's just it has the makings every time. Justice Marlowe was the same thing. There was a noose involved. Bubba Wallace, yeah, the same
NASCAR.
thing. Yes.
Yeah. By the way, did Bubba Wallace win that NASCAR race on Sunday, by the way? Any NASCAR fans out there, tweet me. I think he was in the lead with like 30 laps to go or something.
So as far as her preliminary hearing, it is now scheduled for April 22nd with that story. So we also have, as we think about what's going on, this is a huge story that South Korean conglomerate Hyundai announcing that roughly $21 billion investment in U.S. onshoring a new steel plant in Louisiana. Part of this investment set to hire more than 1,400 employees and will produce next generation steel, will be used by Hyundai's 2 U.S. auto plants to manufacture electric vehicles. And so President Trump announcing that one yesterday, very excited, obviously, as using that as an example of the fact that his tariff tactics appear to, really he's vindicated with this huge Hyundai investment, among others.
Well, my sources have told me that Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana is on his way right now to get a Hyundai.
Yeah.
The only thing he likes better than Hyundais are?
I like omelets.
Omelets.
We do have reaction from House Speaker Mike Johnson weighing in on what we were talking earlier about. The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg, who was on MSNBC this morning, is all over the airwaves, if you will, revealing that top national security officials, as well as cabinet secretaries, high levels, even the vice president, J.D. Vance, somebody had inadvertently included this so-called journalist in a group chat about the U.S. plans to launch airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen.
We have Mike Johnson. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
25.
Love me some MAGA Mike.
He kind of weaseled out of it.
But he does confirm.
You would expect. 25, go.
What you did see, though, I think, was top-level officials doing their job, doing it well, and executing on a plan with precision. That mission was a success. No one was jeopardized because of it. We're grateful for that, but they will certainly, I'm sure, make sure that doesn't happen.
But there was another part of that clip where he said...
Fake news.
I believe that he said the quote I have is, apparently an inadvertent phone number made it onto the thread. They're going to track that down and make sure it doesn't happen again. So that's a top official. I thought that was attributed to Mike Johnson, but they have acknowledged multiple times at this point, I'm going to say this morning, that the National Security Council is looking into this. The White House multiple times by this point has confirmed that this was real. They believe that this Goldberg is telling the truth, that he was added, and they're not suspecting at this point that he somehow hacked into it or that somebody hacked and then added him to it. It appears to be an inadvertent mistake by somebody in that chat that added him. But then the other broader question, and that's Hakeem Jeffries, I think last night or this morning, Democrats are saying, well, wait a minute, even if Hegseth and the Veep didn't know about it, why were they communicating something that was top secret on, yes, and encrypted, but not a top security way of communicating?
I'm also glad you mentioned the Veep, J.D. Vance, because lost in this story is differing views on what they should do with the Houthis, where Hegseth was like, yeah, let's retaliate and obliterate them. I'm paraphrasing here. And J.D. Vance was more meticulous and reserved, thinking that maybe this is not the right approach. I actually agree with Hegseth that this is the right approach. And I'm not pro-war, but when the Houthis are the aggressors, you have to establish your presence.
So going back to what Dawn and I were talking about in the first hour, is that, should somebody be fired over this, Hegseth, Mike Walls? So Hegseth, from what I understand, is guilty of having these communications over an unsecure device, right? I mean, that's a pretty egregious thing, no?
Look, there's no question this is something that they must investigate, and they are investigating it. Is it something that he'll get fired over? I will submit to you that it's okay. We saw the confirmation. Now we have this. 3 strikes and you're out. That's I'm not calling for that. I'm simply saying, if I'm the president of the United States or if I'm in this administration, this is not acceptable. Can't happen again, because look at what we're talking about. We should be talking about other things,
like the Hyundai dealership,
right, and all the other American investments that are being made.
Honestly, like
almost $3 trillion.
That steel plant story is huge.
Yeah,
that's a huge story, and it's being completely overshadowed. If I'm the president, I'm like, you mother.
Well, and also, don't you think now? And I get it. There's people that are traveling, and all of these different people in different departments, Hegseth and Waltz, when they throw in a Sean Parnell, whoever at the Pentagon, they're not always together side by side, at the same conference room table. But don't you think something like this deserves everybody present together, as opposed to doing it on basically a glorified text messaging app? I mean, I know technology has allowed us to communicate in a plethora of ways, but something as important as, a military strike on the Houthis, I don't know. I'm not sure I'd be doing that on AOL Instant Messenger. I'm just saying. It seems like we should be getting together in the hub and let's talk face to face about this. Just an observation as an outsider.
So I will tell you that within Signal, you can use a third-party app to transcribe your speech into it. So I'm looking at this. I'm just wondering because Pete Hegseth was very quick to say, no, of course we weren't texting each other. So were they speaking into it, then it transcribes for you?
It could be.
And so if they were doing that, that's even a further violation technically because it's another third-party app that you're using. So people saying, are these encrypted? Yes, it's encrypted. Who owns it? Is it owned by China? It's not. You still don't have that top security. So look, I think at the end of the day, this story goes away. We're getting down to the weeds because we care about this stuff. But believe me, I think that in the scorecard of things, Trump, no doubt, because Trump doesn't like sloppy.
Nope.
And this is sloppy.
Yep. Speaking of encrypted devices, it's amazing that this could be made public, yet we still haven't been able to open up the encrypted phone of Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Well, they
10
probably
months later.
Believe me, I think they have opened it.
Oh, I know they have.
And they
I
probably
believe
burned it along with his body.
Yep.
Jern Blanston on the YouTube chat says, Walls should not be fired. Hegseth should not be fired. Stalker should be fired.
I agree. Hey, that's the best take of the day.
No, that's not nice. That's not nice. Yeah. No, nobody's going to get fired over this.
No.
They should.
They're not going to get fired over this.
They should.
But when they do get fired, we're going to know that this had a piece of it.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? If they're perfect moving forward, then they won't.
So I never want to hear the butter emails thing again, right? Like that whole narrative can be done with
the who?
Hillary Clinton. Oh. The butter emails, with Hillary Clinton. We can all
we don't
be
know.
done with that.
We don't know because the investigation never proceeded and everything was bleached.
Okay.
So we don't have that information. That's the point.
Bleached.
I used to bleach my hair back in the day. Frosted tips. All right,
what did you bleach? Right.
Stalker's a natural blonde.
Actually, I used to bleach my hair.
Yeah.
More blonde.
Yeah.
It was like white.
I love it.
Back in the late 90s. Yeah. Oh boy, we're way over.
Yeah,
my God, we're still in news. I completely forgot.
Well, no, it's fine. We did the Allentown story, so we're good.
So we got to talk about. And there's another headline as far as Luigi Mangione. He wants a laptop in jail as he awaits his trial.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he wants a laptop.
Well, I want a food drop for breakfast. We don't get what we want.
Give
in
me
this
a break.
lifetime.
This guy making jail
Can
demands.
somebody put cyanide in? I want this guy gone. I want this guy gone. Of course, innocent until proven guilty. I know. I need to be responsible with the airwaves. Don't want to get fired.
No, none of us do. We are at 46 degrees.
You might want me fired, Dawn.
Stop. I don't want you fired.
Yeah, you do.
Stop.
Try harder not
to
suck.
You do.
Greg Stalker gives
you do, a little bit.
Greg gives good cut sheet. Let's all agree.
Careful where you're going with that one. Greg gives good.
I give good radio.
Gives good cut sheet.
Look at the just
Come on,
look at the
man.
results of this radio station. That's all you need to know.
61 degrees today. Enjoy the sunshine. Sponsored by First Bank. Ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank. Personalized support, smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring our news.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. The cut sheet in just about 20 minutes where Greg gives good cut sheet. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But before that, one last story. Former Packers quarterback Brett Favre, as well as a congressman, have a plan to make America's kids healthy again. It's like the Maha Disney Junior channel. We'll give you that on the other side as we continue. But first, Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is also safer for your family and your pets. It's like Maha for your grass. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Tuesday morning, Kayal and Company as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? We will all find out in just about 15 minutes.
Can I read some feedback here?
Love feedback.
Fulton Jack says, on talking about who should be fired between Walls and Hegseth, Fulton Jack says, if an American soldier committed a war crime in World War II, would you have fired General Eisenhower?
No. If an American soldier did it, no, I would have fired the soldier that did it. Just like the analogy or the example I gave earlier, where if I do something wrong, it shouldn't be Stalker that gets fired. It should be me.
Constitutional Tony says, Greg, there's a huge difference between a text mistake and someone intentionally hiding an unsecured server and bleaching all the data under subpoena, referencing Hillary Clinton. First of all, this wasn't a text mistake. I know that's what Jesse Waters was trying to say last night.
Oh, was he?
Like, oh, yeah. He was like, you know, when you do a group chat and you accidentally put the, like, that's not what this is.
Right.
This is classified information.
That's what I said in the
people
big
go,
tape.
yeah, stuff that people go to jail over.
Right.
So stop with it. It's just a text mistake. It's not. It's
That's
a breach
said.
of security.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I thought what was significant, though, everybody on Fox said it was a mistake, won't happen again. They said that almost verbatim.
Well, of course they did. They're all going to say the same
It was a
thing.
mistake, won't happen again. Well, nobody.
It was under the Biden administration, they'd be calling for heads.
You're 100% right. You're 100%
They were
right.
2 years ago after the Jake Sullivan mistake.
Yeah.
And I just try to give consistency here. And here's the thing with me is I hold my party as a registered Republican, I hold them to a higher standard. So I'm going to be more of a pain in the ass when they screw up because it's a reflection on me. That's what I'm ticked about more than anything. I sit there and I'm framing it, well, Trump should be pissed, which he should. I'm pissed. Hey, you think I want to get text from my mother-in-law? It's about me. This is really about our soldiers, but I digress. This Maha story for kids is phenomenal. I wanted to get into this because I actually mentioned this on the show, I don't know, 4 or 5, 6 weeks ago. And we were talking about physical fitness. I think it was when we were talking about, the fitness standards for the military and lowering the bar in this, now that we're, post-DEI world. Well, everybody's allowed to be a part of the club. No, you're not. I'm not lowering standards for your feelings. And I said, whatever happened to the old physical fitness tests that we had in elementary school, right? You do the shuttle run in the gym. You do the V-sit and reach. You do the chin-ups on the bar. As the gym teacher counts for you. You run the mile outside. Well, Brett Favre, former quarterback and Social Security scumbag in Mississippi, along with Congressman Abe Hamada, he's a 8th District Congressional Representative, Republican from Arizona. They have a plan to make America's kids healthy again, so we're going to have less
soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
And they actually cite,
I love that clip.
That's why I played it. They have a couple of quotes here from JFK Jr. Quote, "We do not want in the United States a nation of spectators. We want a nation of participants in the vigorous life." JFK also said famously, "Physical fitness is not only one of the most important keys to a healthy body, it is the basis of dynamic and creative intellectual activity." So the Hall of Fame quarterback and U.S. congressman have come from different arenas, but uniting under a common concern. And they have some data here. And this is going to, I don't know if this will surprise you or not. Maybe it won't, because we talk about these types of issues on this show. They write together in the letter that they penned for Outkick, "We have a military readiness crisis. Did you know that a staggering 77% of young Americans are ineligible for military service without a waiver, largely to the obesity and other health issues that are plaguing young kids in America?" Think about that. 3 out of every 4 of our young people between the ages of 17 to 24 could not qualify to defend this country if they chose to. Even our top generals have sounded the alarm, calling the youth fitness crisis a matter of national security. Under the Maha movement, they propose a nationwide initiative that is open to all kids, it's voluntary, ages 6 to 17, whether you're in public, private, or homeschool settings. The presidential physical fitness test, which was apparently scaled back 12 years ago in schools in 2013.
Do they still have to climb that rope like we did?
I don't see, that's funny you say that. I don't recall doing the rope.
You didn't?
didn't?
I remember the metal bar on the wall where you had to do the chin-ups.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But I
also
don't recall the rope.
You don't remember the rope? Wow.
I don't think it was in my school. I don't think we had a rope.
We definitely did.
And if, maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody from Allentown took it and used it as a noose for a hate crime.
I knew that
But
one.
we didn't have one. So.
Did you do the rope stenciling?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And my kids did it in their school.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Maybe the school you went to, Kayal, they were trying to have soft, chubby, fat kids.
Well, we had a lot of those.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
Yes, we do. And they usually grow up to be soft, chubby, fat-looking adults in their life because they never really get the gist. So it was interesting. I remember we would do the mile. We would do the shuttle run in the gym with the cones.
Yep.
I dreaded the V-sit and reach because I am not a flexible person at all.
Me neither.
I am a very boxy, stagnant, stodgy, unflimsy dude. Yeah. I'm the opposite of Tim Walz in many regards. But I don't recall the rope. And honestly, God, I can never do the chin-ups. I would never be able. I could not do one every single year.
You can't do one chin up.
Even to this day, when I go into my gym and like where the tricep machine is, and you can pull yourself up and try to do chin ups, I can't do them.
Really?
I can bench press almost 300 pounds. I can't do a chin up. I swear to God. I don't know what that says about me. You can make fun of me in the YouTube chat. But the program that they're putting together here, it's called the Congressional Fitness Challenge. So they do a 1 mile run or walk, which tests your speed, your endurance, and your determination. They do the pull-ups / flexed arm hang to test upper body strength and perseverance, curl-ups or sit-ups, core strength and discipline, the shuttle run, and the sit and reach. And they're going to give out awards, and they're also going to give out scholarships for this. If you rank in the top 85th percentile, you're a gold medal. If you are in the top 75th percentile, it's a silver, and top 50 and beyond, a bronze. I really think that every parent would probably be on board with something like this. I think we should go back to the way it was prior to 2013. And I think we really, if you talk about that obesity number, 77%, if the smartphone and the apps and the YouTubes and Snapchats and Instagram, if that isn't the biggest culprit today, like if you're sitting here trying to alleviate this problem, I really think technology is the big reason why so many of our kids today are technically overweight. And I know that the body measure, the body mass index thing is a little ridiculous. You know, like they tell me I should be, for my height, 168 pounds. You don't want to see me at 168. I mean, I would look awful. I mean, I look awful already. But I mean, I would look sick. I would really look. It's really dated. Like I look better at 185.
I'm curious. So they stopped. So do they still do these tests, or do they not?
Well, they altered it in 2013. It was replaced with the Presidential Youth Fitness Program, which focuses more on promoting healthy lifestyles and less on competitive testing.
Oh.
So it's the softening of America is what it is.
You're 100% right. Look, at that age, I hated doing that stuff.
So did I.
Absolutely did. But looking back on it now, I 100% think that should be back in schools. And yes, it should be a competition. Life's a competition.
Yeah, that's why I feel like we have this ridiculous mindset of DEI where everybody's just handed something because of a box that they check or some sort of, impairment where you shouldn't really be labeled impaired. But, well, this person's a victim, so why don't we include them because we don't have one of those in the group? No, life's a competition. And this goes to a story I think that we have on the show sheet for later today, which means we probably won't get to it. But the USA Today has a story on millennials and the concept of gentle parenting.
Ooh.
Now, I'm not saying that you don't need to be gentle with your kid based on that kid's specific set of circumstances, or obviously you're going to be a little gentler when the kid is 6 versus 16. But we have to stop, I think, raising our children and coddling them. And I know I'm going to sound like the old man when we talk about this, but, I have to parent my kids differently. My daughter, Olivia, has more of a competitive tomboy spirit in her. My other daughter, Mia, is very gentle, and she doesn't like when people even raise their voice. So I have to, parent them differently. But my God, we need to prepare our children for when they turn 18. It's no longer, just come home to mommy and dad. Well, I mean, I guess Dawn's going to keep her kids at home until they're 30. But, let's toughen up our kids a little bit here. A little tough love, because I really do think we're handicapping them for the real world when they enter that society.
Yeah, and part of this is gym period and lunch period in public schools really has been cut back, and a lot of lunch programs in public schools, they only have 20 minutes for lunch.
I know.
And maybe they'll do 20 minutes for lunch or 10, 15 minutes for some kind of recess. So to do a reset on a youth fitness program and teach things like nutrition and motivation and fitness as a holistic part of the school day, I think that's fantastic.
I agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. The cut sheet is on the other side because, as Dawn has famously said, Greg gives good cut sheet.
Yes.
And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How I got in this.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
People tell me their biggest fear in retirement is running out of money. A close second is maintaining the same lifestyle that they had during their working years. And they are valid concerns, since according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average household of people 65 and older will spend over $60,000 per year in retirement. So what can you do to be prepared? Many people are not aware of a little-known law where you can convert your retirement account, such as a 401k or an IRA, into a tax-free growing account. Doing so would allow you to never have to take another required minimum distribution, regardless of your age. This is known as a Roth conversion, introduced in 1997 by Senator Bill Roth. Roth IRAs allow a retirement account holder to pay the taxes due on their account today before taxes inevitably increase in the future. By converting to a Roth IRA, you're taking control of your own retirement nest egg, allowing you to better maintain that retirement lifestyle you worked a lifetime to build. Now, a Roth conversion is not for everybody, so always consult a retirement phase expert who has specialized training in IRS tax laws to make you more efficient during your retired years.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Searching for something never comes, never leads to nothing satisfies, but I'm getting closer to the prize at the end of the rope. All night long I dream of the day when it comes around and it's taken away, leaves me with the feeling that I feel the most, feel it come to life when I see your ghost.
Oh yeah, Kayal and Company, 7:45 as we continue Tuesday morning. Memo to all talk show hosts, when you go to the bathroom, don't run into a music jock in the hall.
Uh-oh.
They love to talk your ear off because they only talk for 18 seconds an hour.
Oh man.
Don't worry, I'll take care.
No need to trash the music stations.
I'll take care of my golf buddy Bill later this year. Actually, he'll carve me up and take my money, but I'll talk a good game right now. 855-839-1210 as we continue. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. We'll get to the Tesla, Texas story. A couple of bombs that were found there. That's coming up later in the show. And also, I have a good story on Joe Biden. Joe Biden apparently has resurfaced from his social media hiatus I'm assuming somebody else is posting for him because I do not think Joe Biden is capable of posting on social media. So that means Jill Biden must be getting bored and getting itchy to get back in the game. Talk about that story a little bit later in the program. But right now, let's get down to business. Time for Greg Stocker's Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squeal or grinding noise. Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important and critical condition, or in critical edition, of What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Get on over there. You can see all the videos that correspond with the audio that we play. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button. I'm seeing people watching, and I'm seeing the likes, and there's a discrepancy.
We hate discrepancies.
I hate discrepancies, so make sure you're doing that. Okay, yesterday afternoon, we had another cabinet meeting. I like these things, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Have everybody together.
Yeah.
Let's say, okay, what have you, I do this here.
Yeah.
Once a week.
Yeah.
All the department heads get together. We say, okay, what have you done for us this week?
Okay.
How have you made your radio station better?
Have you done your 5 tasks, and have you submitted them via email on Friday?
And they're fun. It's a good time to get together with everybody, hear what everybody's up to, hear what the state of the company is in.
Yeah.
And I think that doing this live on TV, I think is genius.
Do we know what time typically these are done at for this administration?
I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason. Like,
they give out a schedule ahead of time.
They do? Okay.
Nice. Nice when you have a president that's not in bed by 4 p.m.
3 o'clock. Cut 3 here. Let's start off with President Trump. Cut 3 here, if you will. Philip, roll it.
Mr. President, yes, ask you about economic forecasts. I saw one economic forecast coming out from the OECD this past week. They are forecasting stagflation for the United States, a downtick in terms of GDP growth. Do you agree with that forecast? What do you see over the course of 2025 for our
Well, we inherited a very, very bad and perilous situation from a group of people. Again, we just got here. From a group, and this takes a long time to develop, from a group of people that truly didn't know what they were doing. And you see that with not only costs, you see that with all of these fake contracts that have been given out. So we inherited a bad situation, but I think we're going to have an economy that booms. I think when it all kicks in, it's not going to take very long, because some of these people that announce that they're going to spend billions of dollars, I mean, literally, Apple is spending $500 billion. They've never made anything close to that to do that. They're building plants here instead of China, instead of other places. When it all happens, and it's going to happen very soon, these are people that are already, in many cases, they're already starting. They just announced. In some cases, they announced, but they actually started before the announcement, as you know, because some are already building. This is going to kick in. I think it's going to be amazing. So they're looking at, based on numbers that I was looking at 6 months ago, 7 months ago, I was very concerned about the economy. We're going to have something that's like nobody's ever seen before. We have numbers, and we have job generation that I don't think we've ever seen before. See how it works out, but I think the economy is going to go through the roof.
I'm looking forward to seeing where we are, as I've said, in about the 6 to 9 month range of the first year. So as we get towards Memorial Day to 4th of July to Labor Day and back to school, the first month economic report we gave you a couple of weeks ago was pleasantly surprising. That doesn't mean it's going to continue to go in that direction. Remember, Trump has said there could be some short-term pain for long-term gain. And again, I stay consistent on, can you handle that for 3, 4, 6 months until it gets to where you really love it?
Also, I will say this too: we as the American taxpayer deserve to see what our tax dollars are doing and what people are doing.
1,000%.
And the fact that we've just become complacent as a society for years and years and years of just everything operating in the shadows and just don't worry about it, we know what we're doing. To have this transparency with at least, getting together, and basically saying, "Hey, this is what we did this week.
Yeah,
this is what we're doing in this department.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing with that department." I think it's great.
I want a Doge at every level of government. I really do. State levels, municipality level. I mean, I tweeted yesterday about how ridiculous the construction is on DeKalb Pike and Skipback Pike at that little box intersection and that 2 or 3 mile stretch in multiple directions in Montgomery County Bluebell. And one of our tweeters, I actually want to give this guy credit because, the Xers. I'll never get used to calling it X. It will always be Twitter to me. What's his name here? I want to read this because this was really good. It was from, well, the point being, my mentions are just ridiculous. One guy had said this project started in 2018 in Montgomery County. 7 years later, they have not finished it. Yeah. All it is a expansion of the lanes and a widening project from 2 lanes to 5. Mm-hmm. And if you know that area, it's only going up from the Township Line Road border where Plymouth Meeting and Whitpain Township kind of merge, up DeKalb Pike towards Morris Road, towards Normandy Farms. It's like a 2 mile stretch. It's taken them 7 years. And I know we had a pandemic in between, but you talk about tax dollars.
Yep.
I want to know what tax dollars have been taken from people that live in that area at either the county level or the state level, and why it's taking 7 years. We're not talking about expanding the Northeast Extension by 30 miles. We're talking a little township, 2 miles, 2 lanes, 7 years. I need Elon in Montgomery County immediately. I'm going to create my own Doge.
I do have to wonder in that whole area if part of it is the explosion of growth in that area, and did they have to adjust it? Because that area we all remember that was like that was a country road. I have family who lives out on Morris Road, right near Normandy Farm and all of that.
Yep.
And that whole area was parts of it, even going up to the Aldi we go to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all under construction, but it was. You drive by it and you go, darn it! Why didn't I buy some land over here?
Well, and then also,
every time I drive, I'm like, go.
You know where the now defunct Reed Country Store is, correct?
Yes.
So apparently that's being knocked down, and they're putting a car wash in there, which I'm fine with. But there's a car wash 400 yards down on the road of DeKalb Pike on the right-hand side as you're heading towards Norristown, and they have had that side of DeKalb Pike closed since I moved back up here in August of 2022. We're coming up on 3 years, and I haven't seen any progress, much less it being reopened on that side. What are they doing?
Look, you can't complain. How many decades did the Blue Route take to get finished?
And it's still under construction.
Right, but as a taxpayer, you got to be like, wait a minute, I'm paying these, and I get it. It's my choice. I decided to live there, but I want to know where my taxpayer dollars are going and why this is taking 7 years. I'm willing to pay for it, but for the love of God, can we get some progress here?
All right, let's do roll call around the cabinet meeting. Let's go to cut one. The Pam Bondi, Attorney General, what you got for us, darling?
Pam is doing such a fantastic job. I thought maybe you could say a few words.
Yeah.
Thank you, President.
Come on, let's go.
As far as we are hearing a lot about fraud, waste, and abuse, a lot of waste and abuse, but there is a tremendous amount of fraud. And Elon, thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your team. You have uncovered so much fraud in our government, and we will prosecute you. We have an internal task force now working with every agency sitting here at this table. And if you've committed fraud, we're coming after you. Thank you, Elon, for that. On the violent crime level, thanks to President Trump's directive, we are seeking the death penalty again. So all of these horrible, violent criminals that you're hearing about around the country, they will face the death penalty federally within our country. And the drug dealers need to get out of here because we are coming after you. We're going to have 94 great U.S. attorneys around this country, and everyone will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you, President. It's at your directive.
I couldn't have said that better.
So I mentioned in the big take, I said, and look, now
Thank you, President. It's at your directive.
I have never seen her in a courtroom, so she could be a fierce litigator and a great prosecutor, which I assume she is, but none of us have ever seen her in that realm in action. She speaks a good game, but right now she has been probably, if I had to say, the biggest disappointment in the administration.
Oh, please.
Who's worse? of the people that we all talked about.
Because of the Epstein thing?
Look.
Don't worry, she was on Fox News again last night, in case you were wondering.
Oh, was she?
Of course.
She was.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at Tom Homan, and I'm like, that's the shining star right now. And I work my way down. Pam Bondi would be at the bottom. Now, again, she has to work with other agencies. So maybe she's kind of, held up, and it's on the FBI, it's on this agency, it's on that agency to get the stuff to her, to prosecute it. It's not like she's doing all the investigative work herself.
But she oversees a huge office, and the Epstein files, quite frankly, we want to know because we would love to report it. But the truth is, he's dead. It's water under the dam, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, all of that. I mean, I'm serious. Her job right now at DOJ is she has huge active investigations going on, and so the Epstein thing is like a media release.
Which I agree with you on that. And I said that weeks ago. I said, look, I would love to see it selfishly, but there's far more important issues like prosecuting, the fentanyl dealers and, the illegal cartel members and things like that. So I totally get you on that front. Death penalty, I'm all for.
Well,
I think she should hire Stalker to be on the firing squad.
Absolutely. Where's all the prosecutions, though, for all this fraud?
Well, and that's what Farish was tweeting about yesterday, and he was saying that so you're telling us that the previous DOJ, Merrick Garland and his office, they were able to track down every J6er with far less evidence, and yet here we are 2 months in, and she's prosecuted and identified how many people? 3? I don't know. The math doesn't balance out to me, but then again, I'm not in that office.
My God, there's that office has so many different investigations, and they oversee in part. I mean, when you talk about the border, she's directly involved with the Homan stuff.
There was child sex trafficking going on in the Epstein case. Like, that's a big deal. We need to know we need to know these things. Like, it's not, like it's sex trafficking.
Kids. I agree with you, but I believe they already know those, and those children are now your age. So I don't think that Epstein is abusing anybody right now, hasn't for a very long time. I think the DOJ, for example, I think they're involved in still looking for the alleged missing 300 to 500 missing children who were human trafficked or somehow trafficked, brought into this country. 300 to 500,000 kids missing. That's part of what Pam Bondi is investigating, and that's going on right now.
Well, I hope she gets able to prosecute these people. I give Kash Patel some credit. Kash Patel, in less time, has basically whacked 3 of the top 10 of America's most wanted.
Yeah, and who do you think is in court with all of these judges, the Democrats, and all of these activated judges who are very active in fighting every step of the way as this administration tries to rid this country of accused dangerous rapists, killers, gang members.
Do you think
DOJ we have to expend all these resources in court? These are active battles as we speak.
Pam Bondi talked about the death penalty. As far as that 9-month-old that was given a check for $100,000 that Elon Musk uncovered. Remember, Pam said that she's going to prosecute all of the fraud, waste, and abuse. Do you think she gives that 9-month-old the electric high chair?
All right, let's keep going. Roll call. Cut to.
Who else do we got?
Kristi Noem.
Kristi.
What you got for us, darling?
So we are in several other countries around the world with a message right now that's saying, if you are thinking about coming to America illegally and coming here, don't do it. You are not welcome. We have a legal process to becoming a United States citizen, and there are consequences if you come here illegally, and America has changed because we're putting Americans first.
Look, if I were ranking people's performance so far, as I talked about in the last clip, I would actually put Kristi Noem ahead of Pam Bondi. I think Kristi Noem and Tom Homan together as a duo have been rock stars. And I don't know who gets more of the credit, who's more on the ground, but those two together, you put Tom Homan and Kristi Noem together, I mean, that's the one issue. I think Harry Enton released some approval rating data for all of the different figures in this administration yesterday. And I think Trump, according to this poll, is back-to-back months underwater, although it's his highest approval rating of his time over 10 years. But the only thing that Americans are, and this is, I think, again, this is either a CNN or an Ipsos poll, the only one that's getting positive reviews is immigration. And that's Tom Homan and Kristi Noem. They get an A, if I'm grading them, A+.
And Pam Bondi, just yesterday, last evening, United States announces plans to extradite 3 Tren de Aragua members who've been declared alien enemies wanted by Chile for homicide and kidnapping offenses. The Justice Department,
Will the DOJ investigate what Pete Hegseth and Mike Walls did?
They are absolutely part of that. They're a protocol. They are. It's national security, so it's a certain division. But yes, Greg, they have to investigate it.
Okay.
They have to investigate it. So there was just a Pennsylvania man yesterday. I was going to save it for the big three, but a Pennsylvania man pleaded guilty just yesterday to transporting a minor across state lines, intent to sexually abuse the child, accessing child sex abuse material. That's under the guise of DOJ. Roofing business owner and payroll administrator sentenced for employment tax conspiracy. So that's just, I haven't even gotten through yesterday as far as Pam Bondi. I mean, it goes on and on the list, the daily list of what DOJ, it's under her umbrella. And by the way, when you talk about Jake Sullivan, okay, I'm just going to say this with freaking, since you're comparing Jake Sullivan to Pete Hegseth and others and Michael Waltz, Jake, days before October 7th, when 400 innocent, kid Jews, American citizens, Israelis were targeted, he made statements to the effect that nothing to see here, we're safe, and these people are safe, and told those Americans, you're fine to go over there. Nobody died. Nobody died except maybe Houthis, but no Americans died, no innocent civilians died. Jake Sullivan was ripped for his policies and his statements about Afghanistan, about October 7th. There's a long list, and he acknowledged that in post-mortem type interviews. I don't think it's a fair comparison between Jake Sullivan and Pete Hegseth or Mike Waltz, who just came on the job, and nobody died. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Boom.
Secretary, let's keep going with roll call because I don't even know what that meant. Secretary of...
You don't know what meant?
No,
that nobody died?
I'm kidding.
Just shut up and continue to give good cut sheet, will you? I'm just teasing you guys.
Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Nick played this earlier. What you got, darling? Cut 4.
Let me just add to that, and thank you. We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again, educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice and food equality. I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men, a $600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of a university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest management industry. Again, these are nonsensical. It makes zero sense to use taxpayer dollars to fund these. I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Transgender and queer farmers, food diversity, DEI to kill bugs, and studying men's menstrual cycles. And you have people out there that are mad at Elon Musk for unearthing this. Your tax dollars, whether you're left or right, whether you make $1 million a year or $16 an hour, you have some people that are so angry at Elon Musk that they want to plant incendiary devices, a.k.a. bombs, at his Austin, Texas showroom dealership and possibly kill human beings because he is exposing the government for stealing your money on nonsensical programs. That's your solution.
By the way, Carl on the YouTube chat says Peter Ducey just stated that Trump will not be firing anyone. So there you go.
I didn't think he would. I'm just saying I would have. But I'm a different cat.
RFK Jr. What about you, sir? What you got?
Darling.
I can't even do Bobby's voice.
We're very grateful for the partnership with Doge, with Elon. We've identified extraordinary waste in my department and HHS. The expenditures, the budget of HHS during the Biden administration went up by 38%. The employees went up by 17%, and healthcare went down. We have 40 comms departments. We have 40 procurement departments. We have 40 IT departments, and we have 40 procurement, HR, none of them talking to each other. We are, with Elon's help, eliminating the redundancies. We are streamlining our department. We're going to go back to providing gold standard science. We're going to get the money to the scientists and to the patients rather than to the administrators and to the bureaucrats. And we're going to restore gold standard science, and we're going to make America healthy again.
Yeah, Bobby should just hand out a packet as opposed to speaking. That would be a much easier process to tolerate. I'm going to take out red dye number 5, and I humped a moose this past week. That was what I accomplished, Mr. President. What was that story about him? He threw a dead boar out into Central Park. Well, remember that story we had with Bobby Kennedy?
Yeah.
How soon we forget.
What a bizarre cat. But you know what? I like him on the agriculture, food, and farmer front.
It was a bear, right?
It was a bear.
Baby bear.
A baby bear, yeah. That he hit. He didn't want to dispose of it, so he put it in Central Park.
I'm just going back to the Tommy Boy when they hit the deer and Spade and Farley have the dead deer carcass in the back of the vehicle. I picture Bobby doing that with a bear.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, he's doing a good job. As far as I'm concerned, Bobby Kennedy is an impact player, and I'm glad that he's on this side. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what he talked about.
But you don't think Pam is?
Oh, I like Pam.
Oh, okay.
I told you all along she would have been a much more talented prosecutor and without the baggage of Gates. Although, through 2.5 months, I'm wondering if Gates would have accomplished more at this point, which I think that's a fair question to ask. Matt Gaetz has a big following within MAGA. Is there any buyer's remorse amongst the diehard MAGA that wanted Matt Gaetz, that was many people believed put out there intentionally to be the sacrificial lamb?
No.
Is it worth revisiting?
Creepy Gates.
Hey, creepy or not, would he be further along progress-wise than Bondi? Inquiring minds might want to know.
Here's my note to self. Now, every day, I'm going to give you headlines
No,
of
you're not.
Under Attorney
you're
General
not.
Pam Bondi.
No, you're not.
All of the actions that
No, you're
she's
not.
doing, because apparently
The Bondi Watch. I like
No,
that.
you're not.
Bondi Watch,
gonna do
because
that.
apparently you guys don't think that she's busy doing.
I
a
just
lot
think
of work.
I just think she talks a real good game, and she's written some checks with her mouth that her ass hasn't cashed yet. That's all.
The only thing that she talked about was the Epstein thing, and that's, that has no bearing right now on. There are no vulnerable victims in that one. It's a media release. Should she have said breaking news to Jesse Waters? Okay, not. But every day I read through. I mean, I'm telling you, it's like War and Peace of these administration officials like Pam Bondi. These people are working basically 7 days a week.
Well, she had a lot of time to go on Hannity last night and talk about Jasmine Crockett.
What, for a 10 or 15 minute hit? 10 minutes? And is she in studio, or is she standing out live in front of the White House?
I don't know.
Or her office.
I have no
Dawn is defending Pam Bondi.
I am defending Pam Bondi.
Look at this.
I'm
like
gonna
it.
push back.
That's good. I want pushback. It makes for better radio.
Because actually, let's play what Jasmine Crockett said.
Yeah, this doozy. I'm telling you what.
This is
This
14, I think. 14, Phil. Yeah,
I think that you punch. I think you punch. I think you're okay with you okay with punching. I think and I love Colin, and I think towards the end he started to punch a little harder. But it's Ted Cruz. I mean, this dude has to be knocked over the head hard, right? There is no niceties with him. At all. You go clean off on him, right?
Oh. So she's back to, I don't know,
What the hell did she say?
She breaks the code speak rule from, I mean, she's got all
does.
sorts of different dialects that she likes to alternate. She's going through a vocabulary crisis.
You're 100% right.
Which is fascinating as somebody that still struggles with vocabulary from time to time.
Remember, she went to elite all-girls Catholic school.
At least I have an
elite
excuse.
College.
I went to a mediocre public school.
Yeah.
I
And
am
she-
the result of the public school system.
To be honest with you, Nick Kayal, this is the honest to God's truth because I know where you grew up. You're more street than she is.
Probably right.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Probably
There's
right.
no doubt in my mind that you grew up on the mean streets more than Jasmine Crockett did. Thank you. I didn't.
And I
Stensland
didn't need
did. You did.
diversity, equity, inclusion to get to the top.
All right, so Pam Bondi went on Hannity last night to discuss what.
Oh, and by the way, let's not gloss over what she said there because a lot of people were reacting to her comments as a call for violence. As Ted Cruz needs to be whacked over. Can we? It was a very brief clip. Can we just? Phil, can we re-rack that one more time?
Poor Phil.
Poor Phil. He's scrolling around like a madman.
I think that you punch.
Punch.
I think you punch.
Punch.
I think you're okay with you okay with punching. You know, I think, and I love Colin, and I think towards the end he started to punch a little harder. But like, it's Ted Cruz. I mean, like, this dude has to be knocked over the head. Like, hard, right? Like, there is no niceties with him. Like, at all. Like, you go clean off on him, right?
But I tell you, the tolerant, inclusive, mostly peaceful left is just a very triggered bunch these days. They're not blowing up Teslas. They're demanding that Ted Cruz be whacked up over the side of the head. I don't know. That might be a threat to democracy right there. Is that a public hit?
She's awful.
I know. She's missed the boat, and that's what really. This isn't 2020. She's late to the party. Like that whole outrage thing, post George Floyd. I'm just gonna be obnoxious. We did that experiment. It failed. That's why Biden and Harris lost. That's why Trump is back in office. You know, you got to find out. It's like a stock. Jasmine Crockett is late on Netflix. You don't buy Netflix now at $927 a share. The time to buy it was when it was $200 a share. Okay, you don't buy it now, you dope.
Yeah, by the way, your atrocious grammar, I do attribute to where you grew up.
It is.
Because you're more street than Jasmine Crockett is.
But it is. It's live radio where my grammar goes to crap as I get fired up.
Where did you go? Easton High School?
Yeah, mid-level high school. Great athletics, but mediocre education.
The Badlands of Easton.
Not a bad school. Not a bad
The
school.
ghetto.
Couple blocks. Couple of blocks
in
from
the
the
ghetto.
It is. I mean, there are parts of Easton that are
Come on.
better. I'm serious.
Yeah,
there are.
Yeah. You can go from $1 million homes in the townships of Easton to the public housing of Easton in about 6 blocks.
And you lived in the public housing of Easton.
Close. Okay. Not public housing, but close. A tick above.
AG Bondi, excuse me.
I like AJ Bondi, actually. Is that the receiver? Oh, that's AJ Brown.
Talking about Jasmine Crockett. Roll it.
Okay, so if you talk about taking somebody out or taking them down or knocking somebody over the head and knocking them over the head hard, are those threats of violence?
Yeah, Sean, it is. And you know, after she said that about Elon, she said, well, I didn't mean violence. But, however, your words have consequences. And what happened after she said that about Elon Musk, she's a Texan in her own home state. After she said that, this morning, 3 explosive devices were found in Austin, Texas. So she needs to unequivocally denounce the violence. She must apologize immediately, not only to all Texans, but to our country, to the American shareholders of Tesla, because she is promoting violence. And then you showed the clip of what she said about Senator Cruz. I believe she probably will be censured by Congress for saying that. You know, people don't.
Oh, man, if she gets censured, she's going to cause a ruckus. And that means Al Green is going to cause a ruckus because he's also from Texas. Look, I mean, the fact that we have not – now, if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I do not believe a Democrat has come out and publicly denounced the violence against Tesla vehicles. If somebody has, send me that quote, send me a link or whatever. I don't believe a single Democrat has done that yet, and that's embarrassing. I mean, we forget, somebody wiping their butt crack and then smearing their, stuff all over a windshield. Forget, spray painting a Tesla dealership with a swastika.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about we're going up the ladder, the escalation of obnoxious and breaking the law. But now we're at the point where torching a Tesla is not enough. We have to put, this is according to the Daily Mail, multiple incendiary devices found inside a Tesla showroom in Austin, Texas. Austin Police Department officers were called to the electric vehicle showroom yesterday, just after 8 a.m., after an anonymous caller reported that there were bombs placed inside the building. Authorities rushed to the scene and located multiple suspicious devices at the dealership.
And Crockett, a congresswoman from Texas.
Yeah.
By the way, last week, Pam Bondi announced arrests of defendants accused in all of these Tesla arsonists and violence. A defendant from Salem, Oregon. She had defendants that she charged in Charleston, South Carolina, and in Loveland, Colorado.
Yep, those were the three.
So
that was just last week.
So since you're talking about Tesla, let's discuss. This is cut 15. These are lunatics outside a Tesla showroom in New York City. First of all, get over to YouTube to see.
Look at this little frumpy turd. Yeah.
You have to see this video. They all look the same.
They're all the same person.
They all look the same. Every single one of them.
It's not a stereotype. It's accurate.
So she's standing outside. For those of you who can't get over to YouTube, I understand. You're busy. I understand. She's standing outside with a flag with a guillotine on it.
Yeah.
It's time to make some cuts.
Yeah.
With the guillotine.
So you want to chop off some heads, okay?
I don't understand what that means, but like
poor cop in the background. Like, should I arrest this Oompa Loompa or what? She's in the hopper, folks. You can't see her yet, but
God,
we can.
Can you imagine her in the hopper?
And she's no, her hopper stinks. I'm going to hell. But I'm going to take a bulletproof scepter to get there.
All right. Okay, Phil, let's roll this, please.
What's your message to Elon Musk with the flag out here?
If you want to repeat history, then get in the basket.
Okay. I know some people have been
that mean?
firebombing different Teslas. What do you think about those kind of protests against them?
I mean, the French do it.
Okay. I know people call him a Nazi. Do you think Musk's a Nazi?
He did the salute.
Yeah.
He did the salute.
I know people have defended that. You think he's literally a Nazi? Yeah. So do you want to see people boycott Teslas moving forward? Absolutely. I know. Do you think it's a little bit ironic that climate activists are boycotting the most popular EV in America?
Look at these guys with scarves on. The guys with mask on.
Yeah.
Look at these.
One thing I noticed. I'll blur out is what I think is your phone number.
Like no shit.
No. Are you gonna get protest?
No, that's my social security number.
No shape to that woman.
None.
The hotline for legal aid.
She's just a.
Are you gonna plan it? Okay. Well, you
She's
plan
like a
on
dough ball.
Potentially be
Most of the protests I have been to, I haven't ever been, and it's usually permitted, and the cops are usually just here to protect us, and vice versa. But it's just on the off chance should everything go just there, just in case.
Can I see the number one more time? Yeah. And you, what is it again?
It's the legal hot aid for NYC.
She's missing a number, though. There's only
Oh my God, these people are insane.
You probably sweated off the 10th digit.
These people are insane.
They are.
He did the salute.
He did the salute, yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, Kamala.
Did he do the salute?
Kamala's done. It's amazing how you can take an arm gyration and freeze it in time and say, "Is that Hitler?"
But by the way, Sean Farish had the best response to that when we were discussing it. Where he's like, "If there's any sort of debate whether you're giving the Nazi salute, you're not giving the Nazi salute."
That's correct.
You know, like white supremacists, Nazis, Hitler, they weren't like. Did they do the salute? Did they not do the salute? No, you know they were doing the salute.
It's just amazing to me
ridiculous.
that, like, if you're to rank the most evil human beings to ever walk Earth, it's hard to argue if you put Hitler number one on your list. Like, I mean, I don't know how you argue against that. You could maybe advocate for another person.
Yeah.
But it's hard to top Hitler and the cavalier nature in which we just throw around the word Hitler and Nazi is so staggering to me.
Yep.
The most just disgusting individual. Like, you know, the devil reincarnated The extermination. That was the goal, to exterminate Jews.
Yep.
6 million of them were killed. And we just call people Hitler like you call somebody a butthead. I don't get it. I really don't.
We spent a lot of 6 o'clock hour talking about this, but the use of the Signal app by Pete Hegseth, Mike Walls, who else is on it? J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio.
I think that covers it.
Some big names there. And then they included the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic, or the editor-in-chief, whatever the hell he is. I don't know. I don't.
The guy that employs Jamel Hill.
I don't read The Atlantic. I don't know anything really about The Atlantic. But he was included on this encrypted device for the Houthis bombing that happened a couple weeks ago. And let's kind of go through. So we'll get to Jeffrey Goldberg because he made the rounds on all the shows last night. But let's start with Trump actually on cut 30 because when a reporter asked him about it, he didn't know. And I know he doesn't like to be caught off guard with these things, so I'm wondering how that went down. But roll this.
Your reaction to the story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis?
Right.
Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
So, go ahead.
And then Pete Hegseth. I just want to kind of go through this, and then we can set up the Goldberg stuff. And then Pete Hegseth was asked about it yesterday afternoon. And do you have that, Phil? I know I'm playing the audio. If you have it there.
If you're just joining us, the title by Jeffrey Goldberg, here's the headline.
Yeah.
The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a war plan, but
that's the headline.
Well, according to Jeffrey Goldberg, there were war plans in there.
That's what he claims, yeah.
Yes. All right, Phil, roll this.
Looking forward to it. One question.
Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with a journalist in The Atlantic? And were those details classified?
You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details?
All right, so there's Pete. Do you have one more before we comment?
No.
Or okay,
no.
So I actually wanted to go back to the clip of Trump and give a little bit of a new wrinkle, another layer to this. So I said in the big take when I played that first clip from Trump that I thought he handled it really well. Let's ask the question: what do you think Trump says behind closed doors now? Do you think he calls together a huddle with everybody that was involved on that screenshot that was leaked from The Atlantic and tries to get to the bottom of it? Does he ream people out? How do you think he reacts and responds and potentially, scolds, disciplines, whatever terminology you want to use, all the parties involved?
So the one I have not seen comment that I would be curious about too, J.D. Vance, as well as Marco Rubio.
Yep.
They were on that,
Mm-hmm.
and I would be. They have. This is all under investigation, so we'll. this will be, it is, as we speak, it has to be investigated, as all these things do.
I thought it was interesting that Vance, very anti, well, I wouldn't say very anti, but kind of more cautious, which I think really is a little bit of Trump rubbing off on him. And I'm not surprised that Hegseth wanted to follow through. I mean, he's a former combat veteran, kind of in his DNA and in his blood to, go to battle. And I would have attacked the Houthis. So I actually like Hegseth's mantra a little bit more than Vance from the standpoint of, if you're going to initiate and you're going to be the aggressor and you're going to attack this country, as Trump said with that great clip on social media that's made the rounds for the last couple of years with Van Halen under it as the soundtrack, if you F around with us, if you F with us, we're going to do things to you that you never thought you'd see coming. And that's the kind of president I like.
By the way, for J.D. Vance, in the conversation, it said that the user who was responding or speaking for the Veep was identified as Andy Baker for VP.
Oh, so
messaging for the vice president.
Interesting.
So that, by the way, just as you think about this investigation, J.D. Vance was not directly, whether they were physically texting or what I think happened was these people were speaking.
I think you're right.
And it was which is a third-party app, which is also encrypted, but not the high clearance. But see, J.D. Vance is not going to be part of anything because he had a spokesperson. Do you know what I'm saying?
So do you think he's speaking and somebody's typing on his behalf?
Yeah, so it removes him from this because he has minions or whatever you want to say.
Well, it's kind of like Trump.
Neon.
Remember we played you the clip where Trump doesn't actually do the posting.
Yeah.
He verbally says what to post, and then somebody posts on Truth and X for him.
Mm-hmm.
What a job that must be.
So Jeffrey Goldberg was on both with Caitlin Collins, and Jen Psaki last night. Let's start here with cut 27, Phil. Roll it.
I like when Caitlin talks like that. Best Caitlin.
Safeway parking lot, watching my phone, realizing, oh my God, this might be real. I think Pete Hegseth just sent this group actual targeting information, actual sequencing of an attack, and I'm holding on to the phone. I don't want anybody to... And then I thought to myself, well, I mean, I guess they're lucky they didn't send this to a Houthi by mistake, or to a foreign diplomat, or to somebody who would plausibly be in one of their phones. I guess that counts as a kind of luck. That's why they're not supposed to use open source, privately owned messaging services. They're supposed to keep all those conversations on what they call the high side. That's the classified side, where only government officials who are cleared to talk about this stuff get to talk about it. That's why they have that.
I mean, are the Houthis on the that app?
No, but you don't know. I mean, they all have sources and they have moles and stuff like that in there that gives them locations and stuff. So yeah, I mean, they can have sources. So
Yeah.
he's not wrong when he says that it's just they're just lucky that they included this reporter or whatever you call him instead of somebody like who could have. I mean, think about those pilots who went over and bombed the Houthis. Like
Right.
their lives could have been potentially at risk.
Could have, yes, absolutely.
Cut 28 on Hegseth saying that we weren't texting war plans. Jeffrey Goldberg said that is not correct, or it's a lie.
Saying that nobody was texting war plans. Given you were privy to this group chat, is that how you saw it?
No, that's a lie. He was texting war plans. He was texting attack plans. When targets were going to be targeted, how they were going to be targeted, who was at the targets, when the next sequence of attacks were happening. I didn't publish this, and I continue not to publish it because it felt like it was too confidential, too technical, and I worry, honestly, that sharing that kind of information in public could endanger American military personnel. But no, they were plans for the attack. And they were texted before the attack.
See, if I'm Trump, this is where I sit there and I say, we need to maybe tighten up our methodology here for communication. I get it. We all have a lot going on. We're all over the place. But these are important missions to execute in response to aggressors. Maybe, and again, but I'm still the guy that buys legal pads, okay? I still write things down. I still have a planner. I don't put things in my calendar on my iPhone. So as much as technology can be great, technology can also, do you in. Ask Harry Sisson about how his DMs are working out these days. Maybe you just gather around the conference table, you pour a couple of coffees, you get Trump a Diet Coke, you hit the red button, and we do this in person. That's the way I would handle it.
First of all, before because obviously he's trying to, tout himself as, that's not. Reporters on the local, state, national, international level all the time are given confidential, are trusted with top secret or, very secret information that you would never report. I do this all the time where I have information about even local stories. I don't report it. So you're not some saint because you did not want to in any way report something that would harm the integrity of any kind of investigation or any kind of a situation. That happens all the time. There could be a reporter who in fact had a heads up about this. That is possible, believe it or not. And so I would just say this, what they have to look at, number one, how did this person or anyone get invited on this? Also, if you read the Atlantic article, what was interesting is that Goldberg in this says he was first invited days before and then stayed on it and not much activity until 2 hours before the launch of the actual attack.
Invited by who?
That's what I'm saying. It was if you read the article, what I infer from the author is he's saying, this happened and 2 hours before. But then it goes into the fact that he actually was on the chat days before. It began days before.
So that makes me wonder then who in this administration is inviting this guy prior to any of these military exercises being conducted. Why is a the editor-in-chief for The Atlantic involved in any of this?
Well, I think they thought somebody else was in there because I don't think you can see, maybe you can't see the names. You just see.
No, just like our group chat.
The initials, yes.
But if you also within Signal, which is encrypted, then you can go in there and get a third-party app that will give you the access on your phone that a lot of us have where you can speak into it, much like with your car or whatever, hands-free.
Right.
And so, by all accounts, the honest to God's truth is the National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, is getting ripped by the insiders, even though Pete Hegseth, because as we've been talking about, the bigger fish, he's the one everybody's going after, saying he was an idiot to engage in this, this high-profile conversation. But Michael Waltz is the one that apparently invited in the Atlantic magazine editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg.
Well, and then you go back to what you're talking about days in advance as far as what's being written in that column. Nobody caught that. Nobody noticed it, that, hey, there's somebody on here that, for God's sakes, when I'm on a group text and there's a number in there that doesn't make sense, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have this person as a contact in my phone. Who is this? That thought never popped up in anybody's head to say, maybe in a separate chat, hey, who's this 856 number? Where did this guy come from? Who is this? How that doesn't pop up as a red flag is staggering to me.
And that remains under investigation.
Yeah.
By the way, the small group, so what's ours? Like our little chat that we have, our group chat is like we start at 6 a.m. Theirs was entitled Houthi PC Small Group.
Boy, I wonder what that means.
Oh my God. Boy, no.
No matter what side you're on, left or right, it's pretty obvious that the federal government is incompetent.
That's the best.
And we vote and we give our tax dollars to stupid people.
That's the best piece of information that I've heard all day.
Houthi PC Small Group.
Right.
Bomb the F out of this area.
Right. Lindsey Graham sees that and he gets moist.
Yeah, it's true. All right, one more with Goldberg. Cut 29, Phil.
the unreality of it, I think, is something that's very hard to capture. I have a hard time explaining the unreality of it because, as you note, you've been on one side of that divide. I've been on the other. The national security world is a pretty serious world, and especially at the level below the principals, there are people who take their responsibilities extremely seriously and take security and safety and cybersecurity and digital security very, very seriously. And there are people, we both know of people who've gone to prison for mishandling sensitive information. And so, one of my problems, and I've been, asked this question a few times today, it's why did you have such a hard time believing this? And the answer is because it's unbelievable. I mean, I've never experienced this through.
Amazing. I just got done doing a big take yesterday about how the mainstream media is toast, and this guy's handed the greatest gift of all time.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's absolutely true. We started off at 6 a.m. talking about, the steel plants coming back to the United States.
Right. And that's probably the lead story, if not for this, right?
The investment in this country from Hyundai and other, car manufacturers, and everybody's fixated on this. As well they should be. I'm not saying they shouldn't be.
Yep.
Because this is a big story. And it's true. Like, I heard all kinds of, CIA people and former military people have been like, not only would we have been fired, we would have been in jail if we would have done something like this. So, it's a serious thing. And everybody's like, oh, it's just you put somebody on a text that you didn't mean to. Like, this is national security. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
And so here's what I'll say about this, that this is an administration. What do they talk about? Things like transparency, integrity, and as well looking at the military community and respecting the safety of our military. And so in this one, I'm seeing that there are reports that senior administration officials within the Trump administration are saying that they are involved in a number of conversations about Mike Waltz's future at the White House. And so what that tells me is we haven't seen a lot of leaks, real leaks.
Yeah, it's true.
So this is Trump saying, I didn't ever like that guy's shoes anyway. No, I'm just trying to think of the conversation. I just think that there are people who are irked by this and saying everything's been going along swimmingly and this was a misstep. And so I think that there's another report of two different high levels. So I had one that was senior administration, and then there are several high level White House aides floating the idea Waltz should resign to protect President Trump from being in a, quote, bad position. Here's what we know about President Trump. He often has his team float things and take the pulse of the people.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Well, yeah, that's what Bannon talks about all the time, flooding the zone and doing it intentionally. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders during their Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item, and when you buy 3 or more, you get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in store or online at shopbcet.com. 855-839-1210. Bill's in Monco. He's up next. He's got some thoughts on this. Hello, Bill.
Hey, how are you this morning?
We're well, Bill.
Good. I'm going to agree with Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
How's that for?
Thank you.
Just a little, yeah, there you go. Greg, you can't underestimate the seriousness of this or underplay it. And in a previous life, I've had a top secret clearance with an FBI. And this is a travesty. There's no glossing over it. There's no just chalking it up to oops, nothing like that. The group chat had this military system called SIPRNet. It's a classified email system that could have accomplished the same thing that was being done on Signal. And I don't know why at that level they weren't using SIPRNet. That's what got Hillary Clinton in trouble, because she would get emails off of SIPRNet and put them on the flash drive and then have to put on her server. So we're doing essentially this is it's not to the same extent as Hillary. This is like a one-off, whatever you want to call it, but it's still egregious.
So, Bill, I'm assuming you're a guy that was in the military.
Yeah.
So
36 years.
What's wrong with doing it the way I suggest, the old-fashioned way of everybody gathering around in a conference room at the table. We see all these other meetings where everybody's gathered around the table. Why not do that? I mean, short of that room being bugged, nobody's ever going to know what was said in that room.
I think what was going on there, and Dawn hit the nail on the head, that the invite that went to the reporter was days ahead of time. I just think they got lazy. They set that up probably to plan this mission, this operation, and it wasn't like one meeting to decide what we're going to do and come up with a plan, and that would be that. I think it was a few-day process, and they just got sloppy. They really did. Yeah. And there's no excuse for it. And I'm going to make a very not-so-bold prediction. Mike Waltz is going to resign, the National Security Advisor, before this is over. And he rightly should. It's not just somebody's got to, take the fall, take the dive for it. Mike Waltz was the one that was really responsible for the operational security, and he failed.
Well, I think he should be fired, but I'll disagree with you, Bill, on the resignation. I do not think he will resign. And I don't think Trump is going to force him to resign, because Trump, to his credit, doesn't bend the knee to the mainstream media. So the mainstream media could talk about this until Friday, and I don't think that's going to force Trump's hand. I don't think
it's it's not the mainstream media. I think that his own people are sitting here saying like somebody like this is a big deal. This is a serious thing. Somebody heads need to roll for this. And I think that his inner circle is telling him that. And I don't think he gives a damn as well as he should.
But don't you think
about
then
the mainstream media
that if his inner circle suggests this, it gives more credence to the words of what has been the talking point that the media and the Democrats have used in lockstep? Chaos, chaos, chaos. It's chaos back there. It's chaos behind the scenes. If you do, that's your way of giving them the credit of, yeah, it is chaos.
No, it's accountability. No? It's accountability. Yeah. And if you're an administration that sticks by your words and you talk about meritocracy, you talk about accountability, you talk about transparency, then you have to follow through on this.
Well, I mean, meritocracy and mistakes are two different things. We can sit there and say Mike Waltz made a mistake and still say merit-wise he was the best guy for the job.
Yeah, but we can't sit here as a radio show and complain about.
See, now I'm defending Mike Waltz.
We can't sit here as a radio show and talk about DEI hires and big f-ups that they made and should they really be in that job, and then say, well, this one was just kind of a mistake. Like this was a big mistake.
Yes, I agree.
The same that if it would have happened at an airline, we would have said that person needs to be fired.
I agree. I am not defending Mike Waltz. If I was Donald Trump, I would fire him myself. All right, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. But now let me tell you, as we head to a break, about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And I've got a new vehicle to talk to you about. Maybe you're in the market for something right in that sweet spot. It's not Mercedes price-wise. It's not Land Rover, but you want something maybe a little nicer than perhaps Hyundai or Honda. Acura is kind of right on that, luxury line, that fringe spot. As an Acura owner for 11 years, I can tell you Acura is a great car. And I want to introduce to you the all-new 2025 ADX. It is Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system technology, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. And best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and my dealership location out in Westchester, with leases as low as $389 per month. Think about that, under $4 a month for a beautiful Acura SUV. Available today. You can check them out online at piazzaacura.com.
Got to talk about my guys. It was so great to see Jonathan Cans in person here on Friday for an incredible event as we honored, of course, veterans, our military veterans and our Gold Star families. When we think about keeping your home warm, efficient, safe, no matter the season. And so as we come into spring right now, this is paramount. That's why, I recently had Marvin E. Cans, my guys from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get us ready for spring. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned, military veteran founded company. Take my advice, just call them. Marvin E. Cans, get your furnace checked out for spring. If they believe that your entire unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you that honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency train furnace, Trane. It's hard to stop a train, as they say. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
8:49, Kayal and Company, as we roll on. 9 o'clock hour on the way. All the normal bells and whistles, including a few other stories, as well as we wrap up the cut sheet for the day.
Well, no, actually,
or I think no, that's right.
Not.
More cuts. I keep forgetting that.
We're gonna keep going. Our buddy Esty Paulty, as Kamala, had a response. She posted this on X yesterday. Had a response to what's her name? Zegler?
Yeah, Rachel Zegler.
Rachel Zegler.
Snow White. Snow woke.
Tanking Snow White. She calls this Snow woke. So for those of you watching, you can see this YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see the video, but the audio is just as good, please hit the like and subscribe button while you're there. For your viewing and listening pleasures, here is our buddy Esty as Kamala and her response to the woke Snow White. Roll it.
And to everyone who hates when I win.
You didn't win. The movie flopped. You actually lost more severely than I did, right?
The winged victory came to the Louvre in pieces, and people still line up to see her.
This riddle is interesting.
And I can only hope that despite my flaws, and despite my cracks and my breaks, and there are many of them.
Oh, jeez.
Are you crying or laughing? What's happening to your face?
That at every premiere and everything I do, people will wait in line to see.
I won't.
You know, I know you're upset. I know you're upset, but why are your eyes so far apart? Have you been dabbling in? Can't get my eyes off this thing that you have over there. Look, Rachel, I'm gonna be honest, right? I'm gonna be honest, and I gotta tell you, you know, it takes a lot to f up Snow White. You f***ed up. You f***ed up. You know, I f***ed up in reality, but you f***ed up a fantasy. Yeah, that's worse.
It's true.
See, here's the thing. Your head is just, I mean, it's big. It's not proportional. No, even to your neck. I mean,
amazing.
I miss
she's
her.
amazing.
By the way, some of the polls show that Kamala Harris has over a 20-point lead, and I know it's 2025, and a bazillion things can happen between now and 3 years. She's got a 20-point lead as the Democrat nominee for 2028. I've got this story of Joe Biden wanting to get back into politics. I mean, are the Democrats possibly going to try to, quote, run it back with some combination of Kamala Harris? Now, it won't be Joe. I get that. But is Kamala Harris really going to resurface as the option?
It's 2025.
I know.
We're not
but I mean,
predicting 2028.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I also saw a poll over the weekend that showed California voters were polled and are openly considering voting Republican for the first time in their lives for the governor's race. And I think that's the Kamala effect. They know that she's so bad, and they would know probably as well as anybody, having seen her at the local level before she became the Veep, where you might actually be able to argue, is there a better chance? And I know everybody in New Jersey thinks that it's a foregone conclusion that New Jersey will flip red. Wall Street Journal actually has an article about Scott Pressler out yesterday talking about how Pressler's goal is to flip Jersey from blue to red.
You saw Trucker, our friend Trucker Ed, dropped out.
Yes, he dropped out.
Ed Durr, and he's endorsing.
Yeah, Spadia, correct?
He's not endorsing Jack Chittarelli. He's endorsing the radio talk show host, Bill Spadia.
Okay.
Is he still on the air, Bill Spadia?
He's not.
He's
not. So
Yeah.
he's.
Yeah. Which also I was receiving texts. I won't out people by name because I like these people, but I don't need to be texted on a Saturday morning at 7:45 about endorsements for the New Jersey governorship because I was sleeping. But that's my fault. I should never have given out my number like an idiot.
Did Matt Rooney? Did he break that story? Our own Matt Rooney.
I think so.
I think Matt did.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna bring Matt on starting in April. He's gonna become a contributor to Kayal and Company because the New Jersey race is a big
one. It's one of only two for this year.
Yeah,
New Jersey and Virginia have the two gubernatorial races for this calendar year.
He'll probably get Tuesdays because Tuesdays
is open.
It's just the low energy.
Yeah,
three of us.
Murphy and Glenn Youngkin.
Are we paying all these people?
Termed out.
It's June 10th is the primary, by the way.
Yep. So we'll see how those play out. So, I mean, can you argue now? Again, I'm looking at one poll. And if I'm being honest, I guess New Jersey probably a better chance. But can you make the case that California could go red before New Jersey? Can anybody see that happening?
No, California, no.
If Kamala's the Democrat nominee for governor, Could you see California? I mean, California did have, and I know he was basically a moderate or even a centrist. Arnold Schwarzenegger was governor, 23 years ago, 24 years ago?
Yeah, no, it's not going to, no.
Okay.
There's not going to be, meaning, could you see a governor in California that's Republican before New Jersey? No, I think you see New Jersey first.
Okay. I was just wondering. 855-839-1210. And Kamala, a.k.a. Esty, is right. There is a very wide gap between Rachel Zegler's eyes. Have you noticed that? There's a lot of real estate from the left eye to the right eye.
Yep.
And she does have a big head, too. How old is she? She's 23. Yeah. And she's local. Hackensack, New Jersey. There you go. Local story, technically. 855-839-1210. Let's come back. We'll get to the remainder of the cut sheet. Also, music history with Phil Almquist, movies from Jimmy Kelly, what's on tap for The Dawn Show, and a whole lot more. Final hour on the way. Stay right there.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at keswicktheater.com. That's keswicktheater.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit OliverHeatCool.com. OliverHeatCool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
try to start again. I don't want to be the one the battles always choose, 'cause inside I realize that I'm the one confused. I don't know what
9:01, Kayal and Company, final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. Tony Bruno tomorrow on Wednesday's show. Sean Farish on Friday. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, if you hear a squeal or a grinding noise, well, you don't wait. You take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. You can find a location near you at Meineke.com.
I meant to get to this yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw this on 60 Minutes. George Clooney, the president, tweeted about it, or whatever he does, Truth Social, about George Clooney commenting on him. You know, because he really started the ball rolling with Joe Biden's cognitive ability. You remember that?
He was the mouthpiece for Obama, which I believe Clooney, didn't he pen an op-ed in the New York Times?
Yes, he did, yep.
Yep.
So 60 Minutes asked him about that, if he had any regrets doing it. Roll it.
Happy you did it?
Yeah. I'll make it kind of easy. I was raised to tell the truth. I had seen the president up close for this fundraiser, and I was surprised. And so I feel as if there was a lot of profiles in cowardice in my party through all of that. And I was not proud of that, and I also believed I had to tell the truth.
So now you decided that you had to, your conscience got to you, and you had to tell the truth. At the 23rd hour, when defending Joe Biden, much like schmucks on Morning Joe, remember, in April, you had Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough sitting there on television telling you, this is the sharpest Joe Biden we've ever seen. 6 weeks later, he can't put a sentence together in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yep.
It's just embarrassing. And again, I think this really reiterated, or it was reaffirmation, that Hollywood is not going to carry you to a victory. You know, you could trot out Oprah, you could trot out Clooney. They don't resonate with the common folk. They never have. They probably never will. And I don't think it's really even worthwhile. And that works on the other side. I don't think Kid Rock adds a ton of value to Donald Trump. I thought Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk added some level of impact. You want to throw in Tulsi Gabbard as well. A Democrat flipping and going Republican with name value like Elon Musk and Bobby Kennedy, yeah. Kid Rock, George Clooney, Oprah, no. Great sound bites. Optics.
Michelle Obama was asked yesterday on a podcast about
how hard it is to do a podcast and not suck,
on whether she's going to run for president.
Oh,
was this Kylie's or?
I believe you're correct on Sanson. I believe this is
Kylie Kelsey.
I didn't know because I couldn't pick Kylie Kelsey out of a lineup.
Oh, really?
It's a good point. I couldn't.
I love her. I'm a fan of
She has an Eagles sweatshirt on, so I'm assuming yes, it is.
Oh, is that Kylie?
Kylie Kelsey.
Now, that's Jason's wife, right?
I guess so.
Okay, yeah.
Dawn,
pretty girl.
Dawn
Yes.
can, yeah. Okay.
Kylie
All right. Okay.
Kelsey. She's pregnant with their fourth child.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She asked Michelle Obama about running for president.
So when people ask me would I ever run, the answer is no. I mean, you then if you ask me that, then you have absolutely no idea the sacrifice that your kids make when your parents are in that role. Not only am I not interested in politics in that way, but the thought of like putting my girls back into that, that spotlight when they are just now establishing themselves. It's
Yes.
like, okay, I think we've done enough. Question asked and answered. Never going to happen.
There you go.
Yeah, you've had 12 years. You've had 3 terms. You haven't had your fill yet. I don't know what will get you that fill. But I guess now we can officially scratch her off. So when odds start to come out in 2026, 2027 of a short list of Democrats for the nominee, Michelle Obama should not show up there.
I believe Dawn and I were the only ones on this entire radio station that
Hey,
have
look.
always said consistently, Michelle Obama is never running for president, ever.
If we get a slow day in July and it's 2027 and I need to throw a stink bomb in the into the ring, I'm going to throw Michelle out there.
Speaking of the Eagles.
By the way, do we truly believe her there? I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
I do. And the reason I believe her now this time for sure, she was pretty declarative there and pretty definitive. But also, if you're glad that your kids are out of that spotlight, you probably don't want to put them back in that spotlight which I do give credit to Dawn, your gal Melania. She's always done a very nice job of keeping Barron out of that spotlight as a youth, as a minor. Now he's 18, he's more out there, but yeah, as a parent, you don't want to put them in that, especially with today's crazy people. I got it. I get it.
Good for Kylie. Look, Kylie Delco girl, I love her. I'm a big fan. Good for her. She got, she's getting huge headlines.
And her podcast is higher rated than Michelle's.
No, her podcast is
Huge.
is one of the most downloaded podcasts of all podcasts.
Yeah. So she's up there with the Rogans and stuff.
Delco rules.
She's up there with Rogan, Call Her Daddy, like all of those podcasts. The New York Times one. It's like she's always in the top 4, top 5.
Speaking of women making a splash, whatever happened to Hawk Tua girl? Anybody ever notice that? She just vanished.
Thank God she.
After that whole scam
She had a
operation.
podcast too.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Eagles, Clay Travis interviewed President Trump on Air Force One. Asked him about the Eagles' White House visit.
Yeah, this was on the way to Philly, I believe, for the wrestling championship.
He's like, because they didn't go last time. So how do you feel about that? There's an update, by the way. The Chiefs are coming to the.
Okay.
All right, roll this.
The Philadelphia Eagles are coming to the White House soon. I know you were at the Super Bowl. They booed Santa Claus, Philadelphia Eagles.
Clay,
enough.
I like Clay. But come on, stop. We stop with the 1960s or whenever. I don't even know when the hell that happened. All right, I'm so tired of the stupid talking point of they booed Santa. They threw snowballs. Give the context of the story of how they couldn't. Santa was trying to throw candy and he couldn't reach the fans, and that's why they gave him the business. Gosh, I thought I was done defending Philadelphia on the other format I used to waste my life on.
I agree with you. Like it's a tired old talking point.
If you've never been to Philadelphia, we booed Santa Claus. We have cheesesteaks. Rocky ran up the steps, and that's it. That's it. Kayal and Company doesn't exist. Dawn Stensland's Emmys on television are not a thing. It's just about Santa, Rocky, and cheesesteaks. Oh, but I hear about 50,000 things about New York City, though. Oh, the city that doesn't sleep, the concrete jungle where dreams are made of, stupid tall buildings, overrated media hacks. The pizza's overrated. Oh, we worship New York, and Philadelphia's an armpit. Philadelphia's known for 3 things. 3. Come on, Clay. Expect more out of you.
Okay, can I finish this? Okay.
By the way, the audio. Never interview somebody on a plane.
Yeah.
Sounds terrible.
And there's a video of it. Like, it's just. Anyway, roll.
The Philadelphia Eagles are coming to the White House soon. I know you were at the Super Bowl. They booed Santa Claus, Philadelphia Eagle fans did back in the day. I know you're a big sports fan. What did it mean that you were cheered at the Super Bowl? What does it reflect that sports fans seem to be coming together for you, and that the Eagles are coming to the White House this time? They didn't want to come the last time. How have things changed?
Well, and actually, they did want to come. A lot of people wanted to come, including the coach, who was a terrific guy, by the way. But the coach wanted to come. The general manager wanted to come. The owner wanted to come. They had a lot of people want to come. Some of the players were already come. And I just said, just forget it.
Right.
I also had the problem with the San Francisco basketball team.
Golden State Warriors.
They said, well, we'll think about it. And I said, you don't have to think. You're uninvited.
Also, obviously.
There you go.
So that's pretty interesting that, according to Trump, Doug Peterson, who was the head coach of the first Super Bowl team, Howie Roseman, the general manager, still there, and Jeff Lurie, obviously the owner, they all were on board with going. And we know Jeff Lurie is not a Trump supporter by any stretch, but it was a handful, some of whatever that quantity might be of the players. You know, I still, this is my stance that's been the same now since Trump won, and we saw kind of publicly more athletes, Patrick Mahomes' wife, Harrison Butker, the kicker for the Chiefs. I think if you were to poll the NFL, Major League Baseball, I guess to a lesser extent the NBA, the NHL hockey players for sure, you want to throw in golfers on the PGA Tour, perhaps MLS soccer players. if you were to ask all of these athletes in all of those 5 or 6 main sports, UFC for sure, are you political? Yes or no? Okay. Did you vote? How did you vote? I would think that more than 50% of American pro athletes voted for Donald Trump this time around. Whether you can get them on the record to say it or off the record are two different things.
I would agree with that.
If I had to guess,
I would agree with that.
Maybe 60-40 in favor of Trump.
I would agree with that.
I really do.
Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I want to play a video of a great white shark. They caught a great white shark came to the beach in the Outer Banks, and they tried to save it and put it back in. Would you have done this? I don't know. I don't know if I would have done this.
No, I'm running like a Frenchman.
So picture it. You're on the beach. Where the water meets the beach, the sand, and there's a great white shark there.
I mean, I freak out when there's jellyfish.
Do you take the shark and try and set it back into the ocean so it can survive, or what do you do? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. It's a big sucker too.
It is. 20 feet?
It takes like
25.
I want to say like 5 or 6 guys to get this thing back in. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll it. See, so it's out there on the beach.
Look at these guys.
So they grab it by the tail and the fin, and they're trying to I don't know if I would do this.
No shot.
I guess it's not that big.
15 feet?
And then what do you think? And then they set it free.
Yeah, I would have called Quint and killed that sucker.
It's pretty amazing.
It really is. It really is. Like, I saw this, I was like, look, these guys, I have faith in humanity again. They're like, this thing can eat me, but I'm going to try and save it. I'm going to do my best to save it.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You mess around and get bit by that sucker, I don't want to hear it. I don't feel bad for you.
Would you have done that? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Would you have saved the great white?
Ugh.
Phil, can you put up a poll question in the YouTube chat?
I couldn't. I just know.
Did we ever get 21, Phil? Did
21?
we ever get
the movie?
No, cut 21. Yeah. Do you have it? Let me see here.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay, good. Sorry, he asked me a question about it, and I never answered him, but luckily he did it on his own. This New York girls basketball coach was fired for a hair pulling incident with the players. Did you guys see this?
I did.
So this is a New York basketball coach, Jim Zula, who was fired by Northville Central School District on Friday following the postgame incident. Northville lost to the Lafargeville 43-37 during a Class D New York State Championship game at Hudson Valley Community College in Troy, New York. And you can see in this video that one of the girls was not listening to him or something like that, and then he pulls her ponytail.
Yeah.
Roll this, Phil. Oh man, I don't know. Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Now she starts to cry, or maybe she was already crying, and then the other girl's like, what are you doing, coach? Kind of looks like Tim Walz.
I love the brunette,
look at that,
long-haired player who stands in front
and says, nope,
blocks him.
Yep.
I love her.
Yep.
Look at her, and she points.
Yep.
Good for you.
Yeah. I mean, to me, so you said he was fired, correct? The coach?
Yes, and he apologized too, by the way.
You need to be fired for that. This is, this is 2025. My old man was a football coach, and he was the kind of guy back in the 90s that would grab a kid by the face mask and, rattle it a little bit and tell him to get fired up and stop jumping off sides. And nowadays, you get fired for that, so I'm not surprised at all that he got whacked.
I don't mean to be sexist, but you don't do that
She's
to a female.
girl.
Yeah, you don't do that to a female.
Right.
She's a girl, and you're in public, and
Yep.
you think you can do that, which means that's not the first time.
He would get fired if that was a guy. If that was a boy that had a ponytail or braids or dreadlocks, and he pulled a guy like that, he'd get fired as well.
So just to give the full story and the full context, according to the coach, the coach said that the player that he pulled the ponytail of was directing an expletive towards him, the coach, after he instructed her to shake hands with the opposing team, which led to the incident.
So he says shake hands. She says bleep you.
Yep.
He tugs the hair and is out of a job. Yeah.
Yep.
Rightfully so.
But
Did they cover, though?
It's just weird because it doesn't really, with that, was it, how much later was it? It's,
yeah.
I don't know.
I would guess this is all in a matter of 60 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's probably, she's probably crying because they're on the losing end. I'm guessing the losing, is that Northville? Yeah, the purple jerseys are Northville. So they lost by 6 points.
Yeah.
So she's probably crying her eyes out because she lost in the state semifinals and can't win a state championship. Understandable. I get it. High school athletes cry and college athletes lose when they cry in a big championship type setting. And, she didn't want to shake hands, and the coach is all for sportsmanship, but you got to go about it in a better fashion, guy.
Yeah.
You can't be yanking the girl's hair.
Agreed.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I'm the dad, I might come down from the bleachers.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That would have been. I would have ended him.
Yeah. And if my daughter's in a dance setting like that, and the female instructor did that, my wife would go up there and give her the business.
I mean, it's a good comparison, Kayal. Like if your girls played basketball and there was a dude that did that to one of your daughters.
I would go right down there. Or in the dance setting, if the female instructor that owns the dance studio yanked Mia's ponytail for, crying because she came in third place instead of getting first and not being a good sport, my wife would probably go up there and get right in the female's face.
He's 81 years old, Jim Zulo.
Yep.
And he's also facing charges, by the way, of harassment.
Oh, boy.
So he's facing, the police are investigating this.
So he's 81.
He's 81.
So we need
Hall of Fame high school coach.
We need term limits in high school coaching as well, apparently. Dude, you're 81, you're still coaching high school ball?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to vote on the poll question. Would you have saved the great white shark? All right, guys, guess. Yes or no? Would you have saved the great white shark? Who's winning right now?
I'm going to say 72% said no.
You would be wrong, and Dawn would be correct. So, yes.
We either have a lot of good Samaritans in this audience.
Or liars.
Or a lot of liars.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to vote on the poll question. Would you have saved that great white shark that those good Samaritans did in the Outer Banks? And we have to break.
All right. Kayal and Company, as we roll on, Dawn Stenzelin's Big Three on the way. Movies, music, a preview for what Dawn has lined up in 40 minutes as we continue. Kayal and Company, back after this.
This March, during Hester Chevy's Truck Month, get a new 2024 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Work Truck C71 SSV, just $43,999. Or lease a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT with 2.9% APR for 72 months. Looking for another great lease offer? A 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT lease for just $199 a month for 36 months. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I never meant to call you in sorrow. I never meant to call you in pain.
Mike Waltz saying, I never meant to call you, Mr. Atlantic writer guy. Didn't mean to include you on that group text. Please don't publish that. It's Kayal and Company. 9:24 as we continue. Today in music history coming up in just a little bit, as well as our morning mystery movie clip courtesy of Jimmy Kelly, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show at the top of the hour. Tony Bruno's on tap for tomorrow. He'll join us at 7:45 from Florida for What's on the Cut Sheet. Sean Farish on Friday. But let's get caught up on the news and some other stories that are out there. Time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:24.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning. We are sponsored in the Big 3 this morning by Natural Lawn of America. So in the news this morning, we have, yes, author of the Bimbo Eruptions herself, author of Basket of Deplorables herself, Hillary Clinton.
Uh-oh, she back too?
With the class, How to Bleach Your You-Know-What, How to Bleach Your Server. She is commenting on this whole situation, reposting the Atlantic article, and with little eyeballs saying, "You've got to be kidding me." Hillary Clinton. And so that's gaining a lot of reaction.
Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton.
Hillary has joined the chat. Thankfully, Mike Waltz did not include Hillary on the initial post.
Nobody included her in much of anything.
Yeah.
Including Bill.
It's amazing how these people can't go away. She's done. Her career's over, right? It's just books, podcasts, the occasional media appearance. These people don't know when they've reached their expiration date. I'll tell you what, whether it's a high school basketball coach, a senator, a congressman, or Hillary Clinton, when I know my time is up, I'm going. And I'm going quickly. I will not be one of these hang-on people. Not in this industry or any other walk of life. Some people just don't know when to walk away.
We have 2 airplane stories, if you will. Boeing is expected to withdraw guilty pleas in those 2 deadly 737 MAX crashes. That's a headline this morning. And another one, this is incredible, that Good Samaritans are credited with helping save these plane crash victims after their plane went missing over a mountain range in Alaska. So one of these small planes overdue in, and then according to the Alaska National Guard, they were searching for survivors. And in fact, now it looks like they've helped save 3 of these plane crash victims. That's the latest word that we have. We've talked a lot about plane crashes.
We really have. A lot of, if you're on a flight, what is your worst nightmare? Being lost out at sea, being lost over rough terrain, or dealing with some lunatic in the aisle that I just read this other story. We've had all these, decorum issues on flights that the pilot had to go back. There was apparently an individual, and I don't know if it was a male or a female. I think it was a male that was in the bathroom on the flight in the back for over an hour. And the guy was dealing with constipation. And and then the New York Post had this story. I have it in my pile over here.
So it's got to be true.
Well, and the pilot allegedly drug the passenger out of the bathroom because there was others that needed to use it.
Yeah.
And this man's in there struggling because he's a little, blocked up.
It's like Caddyshack. It's gophering up and down.
I have this story here.
Oh my God.
Let's see if I can find this.
Isn't that Caddyshack? What movie was that?
With the gopher.
The gopher? It's like the gopher.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I get it. We've all been there, but dude, you can't be in there for an hour.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, especially those are so small, and there's only 1 or 2 of them, right? Gosh. So you have to be courteous.
And we've heard these terrible stories of those that are sitting on the can for too long. It's not good for you.
No, it's not. It's not. So if it doesn't come out in the first push or 2,
oh my goodness,
then you buckle back up and you drink a little more coffee and try and churn things up a little bit. Right?
So if we're questioning the New York Post, I just Googled the story. USA Today has it as well.
Yeah.
Travelers sue United Airlines and allege pilot forcibly removed the passenger from the bathroom.
Yeah.
Let me give
you. I don't blame them. I would too.
2 passengers on a United Airlines flight alleged in a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday that a pilot forcibly removed one of them from the plane's bathroom and made anti-Semitic remarks to them. Yisrael Lieb and Jacob Sabag. I totally butchered those names, but we'll go with them.
Who made the anti-Semitic remarks? The gophering dude? The constipated dude?
I'm thinking, let's see here. This was filed in New York.
I'm sorry.
Against the airline, the Department of Homeland Security, Customs, and Border Protection, and TSA are all involved. It took place on a flight from Mexico to Houston on January 28th, where Lieb was forcibly removed from the bathroom and then detained by CBP. Lawsuit states that the plaintiff experienced, quote, significant unwarranted delay in their travel plans, physical injuries, great discomfort, extreme emotional distress, and public embarrassment. And also feels sexually violated and embarrassed.
Well, because he's there
after having been publicly exposed in the nude.
Because he's there all nude.
He was nude?
The plaintiff alleges that he was dealing with a bout of constipation.
Sometimes you need to get comfortable with it.
So he took all of his clothes off.
Yeah.
He's in there naked?
Yeah.
Well, his pants were down, I think. Most people, when they try to do number 2, they take their pants down. I guess you could keep them on, but that really defeats the purpose. So, yeah.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man. So which one what would you rather have? Would you rather be drug out of a stall, crash in the Atlantic, or go down in the mountains like Dawn was talking about in Alaska?
Well, thank God. They credit.
I'd rather not fly.
I know, right?
I'm telling you, man, pontoons are the way to go.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done flying.
All right, I'm gonna go with. I have to find something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
lighthearted.
that was your number 3. I didn't mean to.
No, we're only on number 2.
Okay. I see.
See what I did there? Elizabeth Banks is going to deliver the keynote address at Penn's graduation. They've just the actress Elizabeth Banks.
She was.
So it's at Penn.
I think of her in Hunger Games.
Probably
Was she in Hunger Games?
A very
Wasn't
woke
she?
message.
She was like the outlandish sort of newscaster who would.
We have a thing called Google. We can look.
Elizabeth
Remember
Banks.
her? Elizabeth Banks, very pretty.
Yeah. 51.
She's 51?
51, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. She looks great.
Yeah. I bet you she gives a good cut sheet.
Yeah, she was in Hunger Games. Charlie's Angels.
Yeah.
Cocaine Bear.
Yep.
Spider-Man? She was in Spider-Man?
So are we going to get lectured on something really, really left-wing at this speech?
Oh, what? Oh, that's I don't know.
Oh, 40-year-old
40-year-old virgin.
40-year-old version, if I remember.
Was one of her big.
Yeah.
She'll lecture us on, DEI.
Oh, yeah. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Will she?
Maybe she'll give us a speech on abortion, female rights. I could see it happening.
Yeah.
When is this coming up?
It is coming up very soon in early June. I did not know that she's a UPenn, much like President Trump. She's a, I had to say that. She's a Penn alum.
All right.
And she will speak at the 269th commencement. 269th, excuse me, it's Monday, May 19th.
Maybe she'll lecture President Trump on the fact that he rescinded $175 million in federal funding to the school. We got to have I think we should send out some staff members to cover this. It'd be huge.
Well, she was a 1996 Penn grad. Natural Lawn of America, thank you for sponsoring our big 3. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn. Get free seeding. Do this every year. Just call 800-FREE-SEED now. Thank you, Natural Lawn of America, for sponsoring our big 3.
All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. I'm checking out her Wikipedia page. Elizabeth Banks supports gun control, abortion rights. She was a vocal supporter of Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. She was also involved in a rendition of Rachel Platten's single Fight Song with other celebrities at the 2016 DNC. She has stated she is a feminist. You know what? Let's get her on. She's a feminist, right? Yeah. Let's ask her if she thinks that men should be involved in female athletics.
Oh, boy.
Does she believe biological men have the right to be in a female locker room or bathroom in sports and in schools? She's a feminist, right? So her stance, her position should be that dudes should stay in their own facilities. But I'm guessing she won't say that. And I'm guessing we'll never get her on anyway. All right, coming up next, we'll find out what Jimmy Kelly has for the morning mystery movie clip.
I could do former radio hosts and stuff, but yes,
what?
no, I'm just.
What about what?
No, it's all good.
What?
It's all good. Never mind.
What, you can't do me?
No. I mean, Elizabeth Banks. She's not gonna come on.
All right, I was just throwing it out there. Open invite. We welcome anybody.
Yep.
We're very inclusive here. Back after this. Stay right there.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Hey, it's Rich. It's the only we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years, and so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, V-A-N-A-R-I-A, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Sorry about that. I don't know
No,
what
that's
happened
okay.
there. I don't know
We
what
know
happened
North Wales,
Doylestown.
Doylestown. We know where you are, and we know that you like this station.
That is funny.
As we continue, and this station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. As we continue, Kayal and Company. We'll get to movies and music in a bit, but first, a little bit more.
By the way, the Bill Maher said on his podcast over the weekend, he was talking to Andrew Schultz, that he is in fact going to the White House. We reported that a couple weeks ago. That he was invited to go to the White House by Kid Rock.
Kid Rock brokering peace, showing a nice little bipartisan touch.
And apparently, he's getting some pushback from his some of his fan base.
Well, of course.
And this is what he said to them.
Okay,
roll it, Phil.
Kid Rock was here a couple of weeks ago, and he said, "I want you to meet Trump." He said, "I'm going to take you to the White House." So now we're going to do that.
I think that's
and like
a good
there will be
conversation.
lots of people on the left who will be like, "How dare you talk to this man?" It's like, you know, I'm not playing this game that you mean girls play.
Yes.
Where like, oh, you know what? You can't sit at my lunch table because I'm just not talking to you. Not talking to you, you lost the election. Who the do you think you have to talk to? You know, it's one thing if you win it.
Yeah.
It's another thing if you lose it.
You gotta start
kinda
talking to people.
Have to talk to. And I see Gavin Newsom is doing this now. He's changed his tune. He's got a podcast, and the first guest was Charlie Kirk.
I thought that was,
I
thought that was brilliant. You
and
have
he
to
mentioned me. He said, like, I'm noticing what Bill does. Talks to both sides. Like, is left leaning, but not afraid to criticize the people on his team. Like, we got to get more of this going.
This
has to become the center. This has to become a real center. Right now, it's like it's a few lonely islands that need to like become a bigger sandbar.
Yeah. No, for real. You're right. Like, it needs to be normalized.
That's the one thing I like about Bill Maher is the fact that he will criticize those on the left that are his fans, his audience, as far as when he's talking about figures that they look up to politically. Like I've always said, just because I'm a Trump voter and a Trump supporter, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they are batting 1,000 if they're batting 500. You wouldn't expect that from me if I was doing sports talk. If the Eagles were 4-4 and I told you they were great, you'd think I'm crazy. So it's just about being honest and objective. Now, here's the thing about Maher. He took a shot at Zelensky, which I love. He says, quote, "I'm not going to dress like Zelensky." He's revealing his plans to go to the White House. The article's up on Fox News. Not a effing Lululemon outfit. Zelensky pulled up looking like a yoga instructor. Like, I'm assuming Bill Maher will show up looking the part, which is my whole beef with Zelensky. It's like, dude, if we're going to give you $350 billion, you can at least find a TJ Maxx when you're here and put on like a $200 suit. Okay?
I love TJ Maxx.
I mean, you look worse than Nick Kayal at Piazza Auto in December, which I'll never live down.
By the way,
you looked great.
It was awful. It was a bad
No,
look.
it was not.
It's because I got fat and I needed flexible, stretchy pants.
We've all been there. Men in Spanx.
By the way, our good friend Sarah Weiss on the YouTube chat said there is a pro Elon support rally at the Tesla dealership in Warminster from noon to 2 p.m. this Saturday. So thank you for that info,
Thank
Sarah.
you, Sarah. Love you.
There is a
She's
pro
going to Italy,
with you. Mm-hmm. Wow, that's right. Dawn's leaving for Italy.
God bless her.
Next Thursday or Wednesday or whatever.
Coming up.
What are we gonna do without you?
I'll have to call in from Italy. We'll call in all liquored up. No,
yeah.
I'm teasing.
I would love
Not
that.
liquored up.
I'd love to hear you after a bottle of red on a bad cell phone.
Guess what? I
halfway
sound the
around the
same.
planet.
By the way, I wasn't joking yesterday, Dawn, and I probably should have got your blessing with this,
What?
but I didn't. I want your son to become a contributor to Kayal and Company.
Aw, he would love that.
I know.
Are you kidding?
I know.
We're big in the 18+ demo here.
We
Nick
need
and I
the
were-
18+.
We were
demo.
talking in the break room, like seriously, you guys, and this is part. I mean, I'm gonna get off a Clint, but thank you. Like he just loved being here and loves those, male role models. You guys were so kind, especially Greg. You were just wondering. That's all he's. Greg Stocker. I shouldn't say all good things, but he's like, I love Greg. Oh, Greg is, Greg.
Look, David was very impressive.
Yeah, he's going to be.
Tell him not to take my job until I die at 60. Then
Well,
you can have it.
I'm serious. I'm serious about everybody's done not everybody, but people have done the husband-wife duo, and I know you had Larry on yesterday, Dawn, but nobody's done the mom and son radio show, which I think is incredibly intriguing.
Yeah.
So, look, I take chances. That's what I do as the brand manager on this radio station. I take chances, and I'm doing things that nobody else is doing. That's why we're successful here. But David Menti is going to become a contributor because, we can't speak to 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
We can't. I used to be the young guy. I used to be the young hip guy.
Yeah.
I'm not that anymore.
I don't want to speak to 10-year-olds.
I need the viewpoint of 18-year-olds,
Yeah.
and they need to be engaged in what we do.
They're adults,
or this industry is going to cease to exist. So I hate to say it, but So once he's done with school, he can come in here once a week if he wants to.
And by the way, you touched on the industry.
I'll pay him. No, I will.
Yeah, of course.
He'll be thrilled. He would love it.
Yeah, I would advise him as his agent not to take it for pro bono.
Yeah,
I'm going to hold you up for money.
Nobody comes in here he'll get some shekels.
I'm officially his special advocate.
I mean, it's not going to be much. He's not going to get rich. He's not going to get rich, but he should
gas
know
money.
that from mommy and daddy. No, you want to get into radio, you ain't going to get.
It's funny you said mommy and daddy, Dawn, too, or Greg, you said it as far as the husband-wife duo has been done before in media. I as the never-ending promoter and always thinking about pro wrestling, how about this for a tag match at WrestleMania? Dawn and Larbear against Mika and Joe.
As long as you just call him Lair Bear because it makes him crazy.
Dawn and Larry would destroy those.
Well, that's
two.
what I'm hoping
My
for.
Lord, we have to break again. All right. Sorry.
Phil's in here.
I
We'll get
lost
to the movies first, and then
of
we'll
the
get to the
clock.
music. That's not a good. It's not a good look for the executive producer of the show. He lost track of the clock. It's like Andy Reid with timeouts. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Got to talk about the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and so much more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive. What are you waiting for? Schedule the test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. You can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Just go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more. Refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our cleaning promotion. Out with the old and in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in store or online at shopbcet.com. That's shopbcet.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:51, as we get ready to put a bow on a Tuesday show, the Dawn Show, in less than 10 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up in a moment or two. But before that, let's get to Phil Almquist with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Hey, March 25th, we celebrate the birthdays of Elton John, who's 78, and Steve Norman from Spandau Ballet, who's 65. Heavenly birthday shouts to Jeff Healey and Aretha Franklin. We also lost Taylor Hawkins from the Foo Fighters in 2022. Sing includes Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot in 74, Rebels by Tom Petty in 85, and Voices Carried by Till Tuesday on the same day. Albums include The Power Station's debut in 85, Meteora by Linkin Park in 2003, Metal Church 11 by Metal Church in 2016, and Arise by Sepultura in 91. Also in 2005, Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne were forced to flee their home after a blaze broke out as they slept. In 86, GNR signed with Geffen Records. In 72, A Horse With No Name by America is atop the singles chart. In 69, John Lennon and Yoko Ono began their week-long bed-in. In 67, Pink Floyd played 3 shows in 24 hours. In 2007, Elton John set the then record for most performances at MSG in New York with 60. Billy Joel now holds the record with 150. And at 80, Rick Springfield makes his first appearance on General Hospital. But lastly, an Elvis story I know Greg will like. On this day in 2020, it's day 15,561 since Elvis died. The exact number of days he lived, making him now dead longer than he was alive. For Kayal and Company, I feel
What a gem that is. You will not get that anywhere else, folks. That is good work. All right, the Dawn Show in 6 minutes and 14 seconds, and we find out what she has lined up right now.
Oh, you're going to love it. We've got our favorite economist to talk about the economy, all the Trump tariff news. Michael Busler, Professor Dr. Michael Busler. You love him. He's going to be here in the 10 o'clock hour. In the 11 o'clock hour, Hercules. You're going to love it, so stay right there. We have a lot of breaking news and a ban I support. It has begun. The move to ban something in this country. I think you're going to support this ban, so we will talk about that.
All right, look at that. Supporting a ban.
She's
She's hooked me. Could it be Democrats? Could it be women?
No.
We will find out.
Well, it's something you eat.
I'm definitely tuning in. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show. She's coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow for a Tony Bruno Wednesday. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text MIND to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text MIND to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text MIND to 200-300. That's MIND to 200-300.